Things in good time zone. I hope everyone's doing well today. I am tired, but I want to play more Pathfinder. We go. Yeah, I'm still blessed. I'm still encumbered. Look, there's more to loot, including this fancy glaive called Marching Terror. Whenever this +1 glaive lands a hit on a new enemy for the first time, the target receives 1d6 negative damage, and all other enemies in a 15-foot radius must pass a will saving throw, DC 17, or become frightened for 1 round, which is kind of amazing. Not sure who I'm going to give it to.
Always watch your back.
Where are you? Aha, Dyra. I need to trade. That's a lot of stuff I've just traded off, a lot of weight. Should be no masterwork, yeah, just non-magical. Deal. Really want to find someone with a composite longbow. I think I just sold that to you. Maybe. A quick load, because I want to know if I just sold a composite longbow that I just owned. Weapons. Where would you look at that? Composite longbows are amazing because this feature allows you to add strength bonus to your damage with a bow. And she has +3 strength. So she goes from 1d8 damage to 1d8 +3. She is losing attack though, I think. Oh no, she wasn't. Okay. Now I think I'm going to sell. Yeah, there's no point giving me the composite crossbow or sealer or you, but I think I want to keep one just in case. So now we go and sell to Dyra. Let's trade. Bulk selling, but not you. 777. Sorting price in descending. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I wanted any of that anyway. Sell a bunch of these though, because Masterwork sells for a decent amount. And it's also weighing quite a lot. I could sell the Masterwork glaives because I have... Wait, where are you? Terra. The glaive that I literally just picked up. Hello? Oh, can I just not sell that? Oh, wait, I reloaded. I never picked it up, I don't think. No, yeah, I never picked it up. That's why I'm so confused about not having it. Keep that. Is there anything else that I would like to sell? I don't think I'm ever going to use a great club. Maybe not a heavy flail either. 4 masterwork scimitars. Keep them just because I like loot. Okay, Enevia. How about it when I head up? People are probably worrying about me up there. Hoggus Worm. Last, we are getting out of these filthy caves. I never talked to Dyra. Who are you? The people around here call me all sorts. Dyra the Hoarder, Dyra the Coin, Dyra the City Girl. Like that's a bad thing. I troll the caves, picking up all kinds of things from the surface that wash down here through your sewers. I trade all kinds of junk for food and clothes, but I only part with my best finds for coins. Got no coins? Forget what money is? Well, then I have no use for you. If you want city goods, you need to pay for them with gold, like city folk. Why are you so eager to trade with me? Because all the people here are no better than animals now. Dyra yells with surprising anger. Before being overcome with coughing, wiping her mouth, she continues. Our forefathers lived in this city, like you. Our people love to reminisce about armies, knights, crusades, but I couldn't care less about that. Savages with clubs can fight a war. Only civilized folk can buy and sell. Spoken like a true merchant. I have to go. There's definitely no one else to talk to, Chief Soul. Best of luck. When the time comes, we will follow. Oh, I'm sure I should be able to go to a different zone. No, I just... Upstairs. Actually, quick save. Upstairs.
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Canabras are trying to defend the wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant, yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide.
I love the voice acting. I really do. Continue. The surface! Finally! I missed the fresh air so much. In the basement, it looks like the Grey Garrison. And if it's a garrison, that means there's probably loot. Just need to do something real quick. Okay, there we go. And loot. Hey Dyra, do you want to sell any more? This deep rift leads to the catacombs of the city, where the mongrels live.
Always watch your back.
Would you say that when we walk into a room? A long spear. Okay. Let's go fight, because it sounds like they're still fighting. I kind of know that there's more fighting. The half-orc before you, wearing armour adorned with Iomede's golden swords, is clearly exhausted. She obviously hasn't gotten much sleep over the last few days. Know how that feels? There's soot on her face and fresh blood on her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard and focused. Her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up, surprised, judging whether you are friend or foe, and opens her mouth to ask you something, but freezes when she spots Anevia. Hug! Aww.
By the goddess, Nevi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Oh, how she calls her Nevi.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. I'm here. This here is a new friend. She rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without her, we'd never have made it out. Let me introduce you to my wife, Arabeth Tirabade, head of the Eagle Watch.
See.
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Canabras. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Anevia out of there.
We're in the middle of a battle, so that means you can answer all the questions that I have. Where are we?
The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists.
Time is of the essence, but what is the target of this battle?
When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Ward Stone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Ward Stone is and how important it is to the Crusaders. We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Canabras will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world.
No, you don't have to tell me what the Wardstone is, because it's very handily telling me.
I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle. I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
Have important information about the location of a cultist den.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart. It's our temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
We met some mongrels who live beneath Canabras. This is Wendwag.
Most people in Canabras think that the children of the First Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
It's good that you're keeping your spirits up with joking.
I see you are in serious need of help. You're in luck. If my mistress is with you, then I am with you also.
She's such a good voice. What's the situation in the city?
The city's gone. Most of the defenders, including the Dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
Don't talk like that. Canabras hasn't fallen.
Yet.
Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
Melia is very down to earth. Psychotic, but very down to earth.
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight. Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomedae abandons us, we will fight for Canabras.
Okay, tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important? Even though I could have just looked.
The Ward Stones are a gift of Iomedae. created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The ward stones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
Did the Wardstone end up in the Grey Garrison?
The demons have long laid siege to Canabras, but this time, their lord Dascari appeared in the flesh. He ripped the wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost, yet. Dascari has gone, but the wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
But how did he do that? He's a demon! The Wardstone should have burned his filthy hide!
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
Demon Lord, he might have still been burned, just not as much as the rest. Let's not waste any time. I've talked too much and wasted much time to battle.
That's the spirit. You, take a Navia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
Ah! You hear laboured breathing, interspersed with disgruntled muttering. Horgus is holding his rapier hilt in a white-knuckled grip. A bead of sweat trickles down from his temple. It's fine, Horgus, you don't have to fight.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Canabras can be said to be safe right now.
The thing is, I think they go off and just start fighting immediately. Oh yeah, all of the Masterwork Bard issues. That's 300 gold. Oh, Staunton. Sure there was something to interact with here. Can't even talk to Staunton Vane. Door is locked. Yeah, so...
Careful now.
It's funny because of the turn-based mode. They go charging in. Cultist. Critical hit. Your character Wendoag has landed a critical hit, having successfully confirmed it. Oh yeah, should probably explain how crits work. Whenever a character makes an attack roll and gets a 20 on the d20, the attack automatically hits, no matter what the target's AC is. Additionally, such an attack creates a critical threat that has to be confirmed by making an additional attack roll. If the result is equal or higher than the target's AC, the character successfully lands a critical hit. If not, the attack remains normal but still hits. Some weapons and effects allow the character to make critical hits with the d20 roll result less than 20. Such attacks do not hit automatically, which is a good distinction to make. Also, you never fired your second attack.
Cover me! Stab their backs.
Oh, no, I know why she didn't attack. 'Cause I'm stupid, I think. Uh-oh. I think I accidentally switched Wendoag to a single attack rather than a full round attack. By right clicking instead of left clicking.
I'll cut you wide open!
Oh, there's more cultists. 26 damage.
No match for me.
Where did that... Was that you? Or someone... No. I think someone's further beyond.
I'll loot your corpse.
Okay, I'll take it.
Into the fray!
Oh, I missed you completely.
The spirits demand your blood.
Camellia didn't, though.
They'll beg me to stop.
Yeah, I thought there was another one. There we go. Now I can see them. Well then, I will just deal all the crits. Save. You have not completed your mission in the Grey Garrison yet. I think that's just the way out. Healed with magic. Gotta love how they are like, no, you're going this way.
That's easy.
60% chance to unlock the door, or 85% chance. I'm gonna try and probably fail.
I hope you appreciate
Or
this.
she's gonna succeed. I do appreciate it. Well, I'd appreciate it if there was better loot. But money's good. Oh yeah, this. That's the World Stone, everybody. Hey, I know you. So you're one of these cultists? How's it going, pal? Want to join? Your lot will all be dead soon, but we'll be alive. I can't. Come on, leave these losers. The Crusades are over. Soon the demons will rule the whole world. Here goes nothing. All hail Baphomet. Cowardly traitor, I swear on the sword of Iomade. Something. So, you will answer for your betrayal. To battle! Let's take Canabras back. And then let's zoom out again. When do I go first? Can hit all of them. But then I'm in the middle of them all. Energy resistance. Your enemy Baphomet cultist is highly resistant to energy damage with the descriptor fire. Two main types of damage are physical energy damage. There are many ways to deal energy damage to a creature, but the most common one is to use a spell. There are several types of energy damage: fire, cold, acid, electricity, force, sonic, divine, positive and negative energy. Some creatures are resistant to one or more types of energy damage. The damage of this type they receive is reduced by a fixed number. You can learn this information by inspecting the creature. So, all of them.
Cover me.
Where is it?
Stab their backs.
Oh, energy resistance. I don't think all of them have it. It's Voodoo. And this one. So the ones in heavier armor and with the horns. Yeah, the ones with the horns. I hope I haven't just killed my main character by running them up.
You are today's sacrifice!
Please don't die, Camellia. You're my tank. Turn-based mode. Move the camera to the acting character. Or I could lock it. Sealer, why are you so Nope. Why are you so useless at times? Okay, when do I take out this one? Thank you. And then she... Okay, good. Wait. You'd probably be better off killing these. Oh. Didn't realise you had to move that far. That was my bad. Okay.
Go for their hearts!
Oh, Cambions though, so they'll probably resist. Ow.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
I love how they're just walking past this thing. He's the scary cultist, just ignoring us.
No match for me.
Good job, Wendu. Hello, me. Yeah, reduced, yeah, Cambions. I hate Cambions.
I'll cut you wide open!
This'll be a mistake, just charging her in, because there's more.
Go.
However, she can deal damage to the Dretch. I love how they don't know what to do because everything's out of range. That can shoot them and obliterate them. Just gonna let these deal with the Cambions.
The light, take you!
mindful of how much it attacks. Good. Damage reduction. Right. Divine Zap?
I'll loot your corpse.
Oh, awesome. So I just need these two to kill. Thank you. Oh, now they're running this way. But I want to loot. Stairs are severely damaged. This way is impassable. It's like it's locked from the other side. Suffering from heavy encumbrance. I need another party member. Or two. Party is overloaded and cannot travel. It's funny because there is a way out of that, I think. Locked. Heavy blunt object was clearly used to try to break down the door. The lock is broken and the door cannot be opened. To battle! Let's take Canabras back. First, let's check every single doorway. The third floor. Minago? Yeah, Minago.
What's this? Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh! What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, my little sweetheart. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it. You missed me terribly.
Minago. You again, you wench!
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Canabras. She must be back to finish what she started.
I love some of the options in this game.
Does he know me? Staunton, darling. Tell them all how close we were.
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Drezen fell.
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt. What I remember is how eagerly you would run to our trysts, how you begged to see me again, how you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Drezen fell because of me. No, no, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
I love the story of just the side characters.
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore? Remember how good we were together? I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
I'll kill you!
And she's gone.
Save the last one for me.
Oh, it's a surprise round. I'm like, why doesn't she have anything? I'm going to do blast. 5 movement. When do? Bricandilu. Sure. Yeah, reduce damage because it needs cold iron. Can't do that. I should have done something else. Hand self.
Into the fray!
Don't get yourself killed, please, Sealer. Oh, they also know blast. Okay, Sunder Armor. This character's armor is temporarily disabled. It provides no benefits, as if the character wasn't wearing it. The armor itself is not damaged and will work as usual after the battle. So you see now has an AC of 16. Yay! Because her shield still works, and all of the dodge and natural armor at least. Okay. Just stab him in the face. Now let's try it. Actually, that's already acted. That one hasn't. So much so that I can't... Oh, there it is.
They'll beg me to stop!
And I did less damage than what I probably normally would have. Stacking Wendu.
The inheritor!
Oh, god damn it.
My blade!
That always happens. I essentially miss by one. It's the most annoying thing ever. It's telling me how to heal in combat. Oh, I should have clicked don't show this tutorial.
This will leave a bruise. Just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Armor got sundered. That's why she got
The spirits
absolutely
demand your blood.
wrecked.
I'll rip you apart!
This is my chance to run.
That hurt. It's so funny that you can just do that mid-battle and just change what you have in your belt slot. Sealer's turn and she's down.
You are today's sacrifice.
Not in range. Wendu will be in range. Yeah. 9 damage. Plus incense fog, yes. Oh! That's so funny. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to move that far. Kept thinking you had a full round attack going. Suffered another crippling wound.
Precisely.
Does it tell me what the crippling wound is, or is it just death's door? I think it's just death's door. Either way, I have stuff to loot. Wait. What? Mobility. DC 14.
I am.
Hey, Camellia succeeded. Awesome. Probably should have healed Sealer. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah. As soon as you step into the chamber, your vision seems to darken and your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance. The air in here is laden with the power coming from the stone. Suddenly, your head is filled with voices, screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening voices, pleading for help, shrieking curses and taunts. You blink and the illusion passes.
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious ward stone. But what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand, but wouldn't it be nice if you could die in battle like heroes? No. I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you.
He's so cool. Creepy, but cool.
There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss. Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking. Your precious ward stone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Canabras to Nerosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves. So you have a choice. Especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof, pledge your loyalty to Baphomet, and when the world falls, its ruins shall be yours.
Why are you?
You've already forgotten me. You mortals have awfully short memories, even shorter than your little lives. Staunton, sweetums. Don't you want to introduce me to your friends properly? No? Well, I'd better do it myself. I am Minago, Lily II and faithful servant of Baphomet, and leader of his armies. The city is mine now. I'm just starting to settle in, get things just how I like them. But once I'm finished, I promise you, the results will be simply to die for.
And it was such a charming little place until you sullied it with your presence. It had such lovely boulevards, quiet and shaded. You took those away from me, and I shan't forgive you for that.
You messed with my awesome life.
They've done much worse things than spoil the promenades. All the people they've killed.
Yeah, that's no problem for Camellia.
Yes, yes, of course, you're right. I grieve for the common folk as well.
That's such a great line. Oh yes, yes, I grieve for them as well. Who are they? What are you doing to the stone? Oh, you feel righteous fury swell within you. How dare this demon besmirch the ground of this beautiful world with her hooves, a world created by the gods and cultivated by mortals. And these cultists, how dare they betray all that is sacred in this world and join the forces of the foulest evil? Can they repent and redeem themselves, or have they followed the path of evil past the point of no return? The wardstone seems to sense your thoughts. The chamber grows slightly brighter. Do I want to do the angel path? Maybe. I want to be a good character, but there was, I think, 2 others that I may be interested in. In fact, Wrath of the Righteous Mythic Paths. And they are Aeon, Angel, Azata. I don't want to do Demon, Devil, Gold Dragon. Legend. Lich, Trickster, Swarm that Walks. Don't want to do Lich or Swarm that Walks, as funny as they are. Yeah. Just interested in what the paths do. Don't want that because I'm probably going to use Camellia as my main tank, so I don't want to lose her. Even though Aeon's pretty good. All right. I may do a Zata. Yeah, I may do a Zata. Only need to save all the missing Desnan adepts in Quest Starward Gaze, then sing with them. Yeah. I may do a Zata simply because of what is it called? Yeah, Ivu. Because Ivu is amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do a Zata in this playthrough. Or I can close this. Okay, sorry for the pause in music. What are you doing to the stove?
Well, quite what am I doing to it? Probably the same thing I did to many of your comrades. Sweetly and tenderly persuading it to abandon the mortals and join our side.
Prepare to fight to the death, demon! We won't let that happen.
You feel a sudden rush of wild rage, and with it comes a feeling of monstrous, unbridled, destructive power. It is like the power you felt in the Shield Maze when you were confronting Savamelech, but now it feels more fully fledged, more conscious. But I don't want to do either of these, so I want to do a Zata, so I'm going to try and stick to it. Shut your filthy mouth, scum.
Make me. One of the sweetest spoils of war is gloating over your broken and humiliated enemy. You want to deny me that pleasure?
I will remember these words, scum. And I will say them back to you.
So I think I can just do a Zata regardless, as long as I unlock it. And I kind of want to do the good thing, so let's do this. Echoing the holy flame erupting from your hand, the light also gets brighter and brighter until it floods the chamber. You hear the voices again, stronger now. They repeat your words like a choir of angels. You performed an action that was good.
Hey, no eyes! Didn't you tell us that heaven had turned its back on us and no one would come to our aid?
Don't listen to her. The fiend wants us to lose all hope. She won't succeed.
I'm done with this shit! I only followed this hoofed menace because I thought the Crusaders had had it, and there was no other way to protect my family. But now I see that there is hope. I won't bow before these heinous idols ever again. If they kill me, at least I'll die a decent death.
Yes! Return to our side, friends! Have courage! We will welcome you back. And heaven never abandoned you, no matter what this deceiver told you.
Turncoat, I'll cut out your heart.
We'll see how tough you really are. We let you frighten us once, but it won't happen again.
Do not fear! Do not waver!
This is always a funny battle. Waves of fatigue. We're all encumbered. Well, two of us are. Miss. Because I need to Yeah, she has just a slight AC of 32. It's fine. Everything's fine. I only need a natural 20 to hit. You should have healed. I think this is a bug with the turn-based mode still. I think she got just to the edge. It probably will go off next round, if it goes off at all. Yeah, she just annihilated everybody on her side.
No match for me.
Touch AC. You frequently miss the enemy Minago. There are many spells and abilities that your armor won't protect you against. To work, they need to just touch the target. This is the touch attack. It ignores armor and shields. A creature's touch AC is usually lower than their full AC, as it doesn't include the bonuses from the armor, natural armor, and shields. Touch attacks can be made both in melee and from a distance, a ray attack. In most cases, the larger a creature is, the bigger the difference between its full AC and touch AC. To increase your combat efficiency, try using this. So, Smite Evil.
No glory
And a
without
miss. Yeah, I think she lost her spell completely. Sucks. Just need to remember that to move and then heal. Let's do this divine zap. Divine zap. Wow. He failed the saving throw because she rolled a natural 1. Okay. This fight doesn't matter in the least, as far as I recall. Yeah, the movement interrupts casting the cure, which sucks because you waste the spell and get nothing for it. Can't believe it's still a thing they haven't fixed.
I need a moment to recover.
And now we all die.
I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the Ward Stone? Here's a little demonstration.
The demoness whispers a spell, and a wave of darkness sweeps through the chamber. Your companions wince in pain, but it is nothing compared to what you feel. Thousands of voices once again burst into your mind, drowning you in their moans, screams, and sobs. Pain rocks through your skull. Your evil spells won't stop a righteous army.
Iomade is with us!
Yes, yes. Keep telling yourself that.
The roar of voices blends into an unbearable wall of screaming. Your vision goes dark. Want the story of the Fifth Crusade to go differently? Grab a copy of the original Adventure Path for the Pathfinder tabletop RPG, invite your friends and play it your own unique way.
Praise Iomade, you woke up. Healing your wounds was easy, but you were unconscious for so long I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
What happened?
We couldn't stand up to the demoness. Her spells were too strong. It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
Found a cultist dispatch in the dungeons. It seems they are holed up in the Tower of Estrod.
Demons have been filling Canabras with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now. At least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
Gonna be a hero. What is the situation in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead. The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
What do you plan to do next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Wardstone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canabras, but every city with a Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomade's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important? I asked you this before, but I want you to repeat it.
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomade. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the World Wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the Abyss.
Can I help you in any way?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it. What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine the Wardstone, and he raised the alarm when his study was finished. Even before the demon attack, he had found some damage or flaw in the stone.
Storyteller is from Pathfinder Kingmaker as well, if I remember correctly.
Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the Prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the Storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the Storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack. The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the Storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened. There's another problem. After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison. It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use. And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Canabris, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back.
Okay. Everything is clear.
May the goddess help you.
I have
We're
quests.
still fighting, which means that Canabris still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault.
Okay.
Yes, one more thing. If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Inevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find. You have more need of it.
Steal from your house? Why, yes, I can absolutely do that. Sleep. Personal chest. So now I can throw in stuff that I don't... that I want to keep, essentially. Ooh, hang on. Oh, I have read all of these. Don't weigh anything, so... I'm also going to throw in Terendilev's scale. Because I think I need it. I could use it to revive people, but I think at the same time you need it for the Gold Dragon Mythic Path, which I'm not going to get, but I like to keep my stuff. Hey, wait. Mind if I bend your ear about something? Anevia is waiting outside your door, leaning casually against the shelf. So here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission. I get that, and I know you'll get the job done. Oh, there's an ad in progress. Bad timing. I saw you in action, but here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. Wait for 25 seconds or so. Okay, everything seems clear so far. What else do you wish to discuss? So, the rift that damned beetle left with its scythe? Yeah, well, it cut the city into two, and it's kind of difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not that any of them have tried it to make sure, but if you've got a mind to go across, and I think you're going to have to eventually, you might want to give the square a once-over. Do you want me to stay here and guard the tavern? You what? No, your task is far too important. You can't just hole up here all cozy like, waiting for the demons to knock on the door. We need to take the fight to them, but if those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, alright? Because if you don't, you'll be coming back to an ash pile. Got it? When do you think the demons will attack next? Your guess is as good as mine. It might not be here. They could attack the whole damn city. Those vermin know they've lost the upper hand and that they're going to push back hard. If things kick off here, you should know After they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition. So if you've got any business that needs taking care of, you'd better do it soon. Thank you for the warning. See you later. Later. Watch yourself out there. So now we have the entire place to loot. Oh, yeah, I need to talk to everybody. Steal everything. There's also other people I think I might be able to recruit. Maybe not just yet. Talk to Journo. A young man in well-worn traveling clothes and a simple wooden symbol of Erastil on his chest is efficiently cutting a linen robe into strips to use as bandages. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his warm chestnut-coloured eyes to you. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those of us whose talents lie off the battlefield. I'm Journo, servant of Erastil. Pleased to meet you. What are you doing? I only took my holy orders recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power upon me as yet. I'm sorry to say that the number of wounded fighters in this tavern is far beyond my power to heal. But there's a reason people say, have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to help the wounded with magic, but I can at least cut up bandages. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Canabras. I was sailing down that old man of ours, the Great Selwyn River, to a village by the name of Chili Creek. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival, and I'm ashamed to say I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself, but I ended up staying in the city longer than I'd bargained for. Chili Creek, where is that? It's a small fishing village, not even marked on some maps, but people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give their dead a dignified burial. And the world wound is a stone's throw away, so I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Yay, been revealed. Once we've held Canabras, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we all survive this, you should come and visit me sometime. You'll find the village here on the bank of the river. Okay. Aren't you a young and inexperienced cleric, afraid to go to the border of the world wound? I won't lie, I am afraid, but what can I do? Those villagers are simple people, like you and me. Every day their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. Okay, I just expected there. That's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me, like elves and some other races do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel around the world. Or maybe even 100, why not? But I don't have time to spare, so I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most, even if it's dangerous. Especially if it's dangerous. I could use the help of a cleric. Jonah makes a helpless gesture. Erastil knows I'd be glad to help you, but it's no use. My spells are depleted and I have no training in potions or scrolls. See this robe I'm cutting up for bandages? It's the second to last one. I have to go. May Erastil watch over you. Okay. Gemel Hawks, or Gemel. A strange figure towers over the bar, a huge, ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal parts lumpy and pitted, and blood-filled eyes stare impassively out at you from beneath his pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hands looks dangerously delicate, as if one twitch of those calloused fingers would be enough to crush it. A gold medallion engraved with the tankard gleams around his neck. What'll it be? Well, I've passed the religion check, so the medallion you're wearing, that's a sacred symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric of Caden Kylian? I'm a tavern keeper, best in the city, the best there's ever been, and I pray to the best god there is. He's merchant, so I want to see what he's got and what I can sell. Keep and one singular and composite crossbow, and turn in 25 daggers. The hide I can only sell to a merchant. Good. Yeah, let's just sell all of that. All he's selling me is the stuff that I just sold. Ooh, gloves of the neophyte. Whenever the wearer of these gloves casts a cantrip or a first level spell, that spell deals 1 additional point of damage per dice rolled. Or Dark Omen. If the wearer of this ring has the ability to cast spells spontaneously, it grants them the ability to cast the following spells: Ray of Enfeeblement, Scare, Ray of Exhaustion, Fear, and Waves of Fatigue. Okay. To cast a spell, the wearer still needs to have a spell slot of the required level. Okay. Well, I definitely can't afford it yet. Dark Veil. Once per day you may use this item to grant your party total concealment against ranged attacks for 1 minute. I want that. It's only once per day, but for a minute that could be really, really, really useful. I want that more than Dark Omen and Gloves of the Neophyte. Yeah, I'm gonna sell. Or do I want to keep just in case they have a negative strength modifier? I'll keep in Masterwork Longbow, sell the scythe. I'm gonna keep the short sword actually. That's a lot of glaives. For attacks. Keeping the cold iron stuff for definite. I don't think I'm going to use a heavy mace. Warhammer I have anyway. Warhammer is technically better because it's martial, so it has 3 times crit hit damage. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to sell those and then get rid of a lot of weight. And I can buy that now. Sure, let's buy it. Oh, it's a deal. I have no money. Oh, level ups. Quick save. Stealth. Yep, synthesizer. And I can stop. Actually, I think I'm going to stop with the trickery for now. Amelia has a +9, so she's going to get +10. My character is going to be a skill monkey, essentially. Stands. Yeah, that'll do. I want mobility. Let's choose a feat. Weapon focus. +1 bonus to attack rolls. Would be great, but I really need precise shot. Can I even get that? One shot. Ranged. It's deadly aim. Precise shot. You need point blank shot. Yeah. Which kind of sucks for me because I've wasted. I need to take it anyway. Yeah, I shouldn't have got these probably. Because I'm not going to have a lot of bombs. Yeah, clarifying incense, saving throws, increased range, 30 feet. I probably want that. Okay. Oh, okay. Any undead creatures and evil outsiders who enter the area of incense fog must succeed at a fortitude save or become alchemically sickened for 1d4 rounds. No, I don't want to take it. An affected ally receives concealment, 20% miss chance. I kind of want increased range and thick fog then. Food incense. An affected ally receives additional +1 alchemical bonus on attack and weapon damage rolls. Oh, I kind of want that as well. Oh, nauseated. Okay. It's so much later. It did that one. So I want this, this, and this. So I'm going to take increased range for now. Sure, I'll take enlarged person. So she needs an extra feat. Ooh, material components. Character Selena has prepared the spell Treat Affliction. It requires the material component First Aid Kit, which you don't possess. Yes, I do. Fairly sure I do. Material components are items necessary for casting a spell. If a spell requires such components, they will be listed in its description. Fairly sure I had Treat Affliction. First Aid Kit, 3 of 1. You lying game. Okay, I need to level up everyone else. Wendewag. Yep, fighter. Someone with athletics. I really do. Sucks that she only gets 2 points. But everyone having perception is almost a must for this game. Beat. Deadly aim, -1 penalty to gain +2 damage rolls. Dodge. what dodge is for. Or mobility, I think. I wonder if you can type in mobility 3. No. I think it's just the names. Oh, maybe not. Mobility 1. Dodge. Okay. I don't want that. So I think I'm going to take weapon focus. There's no composite longbow, there's just longbow. Yeah. Yeah, +1 bonus on all attack rolls. Definitely want that. Then she gets armor training. Whenever he's wearing armor, he reduces the armor check penalty by 1 to a minimum of 0 and increases the maximum dexterity bonus allowed by his armor by 1. Ooh. Every 4 levels thereafter, these bonuses increase by +1 each time to a maximum of -4 reduction of the armor check penalty. Okay. And a +4 increase to the maximum dexterity bonus allowed. In addition, a fighter can also move at his normal speed while wearing medium armor. 7th level, a fighter can move at his normal speed while wearing heavy armor. Awesome. Means your AC just got bumped up massively because of this. Yeah, your dexterity bonus is +4. This only gives max 3, so it's already kicking in at least. Awesome. Level up Camellia. I think I'm going to keep her as a spirit hunter. Trickery +14. It said you had +9. Where are you getting +14 from? Why did it only list +9? Okay. And then perception. Style. Need improved unarmed strike. Don't have a level in monk. I can take improved unarmed. Hang on a minute. I think you can get crane style through other means for certain classes. That's what I'm confused at the moment. I think it's just me remembering correctly. Kind of want to get dodge though, I think. It's either that or weapon focus rapier. She already have it. We have weapon finesse. Oh, it's at the top because it's recommended. Yep. I'll get dodged next time because I got Hex Plant, I think it was. Okay. And then Sealer. I'm probably not going to use much of. Perception. Just going to get perception up. Weapon focus longsword. However, is there attack, damage, melee, range, magic, defense? Okay. Armor focus. Increases AC. Wondering if she could get armor training to speed her ass up. So weapon focus. I think I do get weapon focus. I won't really be relying on her anyway. Okay, weapon focus longsword. The paladin uses lay on hands to heal damage to one target. The target is no longer fatigued, shaken, sickened. I kind of want fatigued and or sickened, I think. Sickened and nauseated is incredibly bad at times. Confused is the worst. Take sickened. Who are you? The albino slowly takes your measure with his red eyes and finally with a gentle sigh says, Gemel Hawks, vampire. Are you really a vampire? Gemel gives a long look of reproach and then grudgingly answers, no. How did you end up in the Crusader City? How did anyone end up here? How did you, or them, with a huge hand the tavern keeper's gestures at the ragtag group assembled in the room? The world is big, but still there isn't a place for everyone. People who no longer have a life anywhere else, they end up here. Any news in the city? There are demons everywhere and you showed up. Are there any places in the city worth visiting? If you mean places that normal people usually stay well away from, then there are plenty. Like the Pitaxian wine cellar. Geralt pauses for effect, like the name of the place alone should make you quiver in fear. Kingmaker had a lot of Pitaxian stuff. It once belonged to a Pitaxian trading house. Then King Iravetti came to power in Pitax, and property started changing hands. Soon after, the seller's shop assistant was found in a ditch. Not all of him, mind, just his head. Numerian gangsters had taken possession of the place. They wanted to sell something stronger than wine on the street, and they ended up on the gallows. Then King Iravetti's number was up, so now the store stands empty and unclaimed. People say that a headless ghost wanders the place at night, moaning ghoulishly, "Ooh, ooh." After coming to the end of this story, unusually long by his standards, the tavern keeper takes a swig from his tankard. Just don't ask me how he makes any noise with no head. I wasn't there, I just tell it like I heard it. I see you're one for not talking. Gimel gives you a long, mournful look and says nothing. I have to go. Oi, Horgus, give me my money. Thank you. 1,000 gold coins for you, just as promised. You helped me get back to the surface, and I duly paid you for escorting me. Horgus Worm always keeps his word. Now, speaking of our future cooperation, Horgus looks at you with unvarnished disapproval, his arms folded across his chest, his foot tapping impatiently. I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I'll pay generously for your services. What do you mean, a job for someone like me? For an adventurer ready to sell their soul for booze and then lie down drunk in the gutter? Or do you think you're somehow different? A travelling knight, perhaps, noble of heart but without a coin to your name. Horgus sizes you up critically, then sighs and shrugs. You seem a reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of those mongrel caves, so why should I care what you do with my money once you've got it? Succeeded at a perception check. Horgus seems like one of those people who think the entire world owes them something. However, you hear notes of hysteria beneath his smug arrogance. It's as though he's really quite nervous but taking great pains to conceal it. Noble birth doesn't give you the right to behave badly. I would ask that you refrain from such statements in the future. Horgus puts his hands on his hips. Oh really? How impudent! No one dares tell Horgus Worm how to address the rabble. I just did. So what does this job involve? You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Canabras. I still have... Well, it doesn't matter, it's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in the wealthy part of the city. Even before the demons attacked, every thief and fraudster in the city had tried to get inside. One way or another, I shudder to imagine the state it's in now. I have little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attack, and I expect that the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Abadar knows what's happened there since. Therefore, I would like to ask you to meet at my mansion and guard me there until I complete my business. I already asked the local paladins for help, but they've no desire to set foot outside this tavern. Damn cowards and traitors, that's what they are. Also, please do take Camellia with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She's of noble birth after all. Smooth. What kind of reward are we talking about? 1,000 gold coins, Horgus replies without hesitation. Man, I'm gonna fail this, I just know it. I need a 15 or higher. Double the reward and I'll think about it. I rolled a 4. Ha, yeah right, for that kind of money I could hire Queen Gallifrey herself to guard me. 1,000 is my final offer. Deal. Marvellous, most excellent. Horgus's face relaxes, smoothing a few of the tense lines. I'll proceed to my mansion at once and wait for you there. Meanwhile, you needn't worry. I know the city like the back of my hand, but do hurry, unless you want me to lower your reward. Let's go and talk to Camellia. After I have a drink, because my throat is still sore from yesterday. Camellia looks you over pensively, toying with the snake-shaped bone amulet that dangles from her pale neck. Noticing your glance, she flashes you a cold, barely there smile. Greetings. It seems for a moment that she wants to say something else, but the pause grows too long and she slips back into cautious silence. Tell me about yourself. You want to know more about me than you already do? Why? Camellia arches a dainty brow. I talk to the spirits of this tormented land, and they guide me in battle. I'll help you fight the demons, and I swear that you can rely on me in this matter. Isn't that sufficient? Where do you learn to wield a rapier so well? I had good teachers, although they don't get all the credit. I am the most diligent student. Camellia licks her parched lips. Your amulet is quite unusual. Where did you get it? Ah, my little trinket? It's so nice of you to notice, but I assure you, this amulet is nothing but a bauble. Can a lady not be drawn to beautiful, useless things? You're much more relaxed during combat. Your battle cries are uninhibited. She blushes slightly and lowers her eyes. So you've noticed. To be honest, I find it embarrassing. You see, being a shaman means having spirits of battle as my ever-present companions. In the heat of combat, they become rather, vocal. Anyway, as much as I enjoy our delightful conversations, the spirits are calling me, and I must respond. Please excuse me. Camellia turns away, watching you out of the corner of her eye. Hi. Greetings. The neat smile on Camellia's lips disappears so quickly you almost wonder if you imagined it. Your speech tells me you are of noble birth. Camellia laughs her practiced musical laugh as she watches you from under lowered lashes. You're most insightful, a fine quality to have. Camellia's laughter ends and unspoken words hang in the silence. Still, I believe that being of noble birth does not give anyone the right to look down on others. Forgive me if my questions disturb you. I couldn't resist such a noble and beautiful lady. I will stop bothering you immediately if talking to me upsets you. Oh God. There's nothing wrong with being a noble. People are not born equal. Well, I suppose we all have our good and bad qualities. I'm going to do this one. Not at all. Our conversation is an exquisite delight. Camellia affords you a brief, friendly smile in appreciation of your manners. You don't belong in my party. Get out. I have to go. We'll talk later. I won't keep you. Okay. Ayado. I believe that help is already on the way. The Queen will not leave us to die. Visali Rathimus. Stout old man with a fuzzy grey beard mumbles a prayer. He looks as tired as everyone else in the tavern, but determination is stamped upon his haggard face. What can I do for you? Show me the scrolls you're selling. Sure. Braces of the Wizard. These braces grant the wearer a +1 luck bonus to AC and a +1 luck bonus to Reflex, Will, and Fortitude saving throw. Oh, I'm looking at what I have equipped. I was like, that doesn't sound like a wizardly thing. These braces grant their wearer an armor bonus of +2, just as though they were wearing armor, and a +3 competence bonus on all knowledge arcana checks. Ooh. Icy Protector. This ring grants the wearer cold resistance 10 if the wearer has the ice plant hex. It also grants them +2 natural armor bonus to AC. I need this for Camellia, because she can't wear a necklace because of this damn thing. So Icy Protector essentially gives her a amulet of natural armor. Guardian of Life. As long as the wearer of this amulet is under the effect of the Death Ward spell, they get a +2 morale bonus to AC against the attacks of undead creatures. If they use any single target Cure Wounds spell on a target whose current number of hit points is 0 or less, the target is healed for an additional number of hit points equal to their number of hit dice. It's good for getting people up, but it's not always the best. Mainly because people that are unconscious, usually as soon as they stand up, they trigger an attack of opportunity. Yeah, I need 9.3k. Definitely can't get it with all of this. And you sell scrolls and first aid kits. First aid kits are dirt cheap. So magic rods are amazing. We sort by price. Yeah. So I need this as well. It's only lesser, but it's 3 spells per day. Who are you? Vasily Rathimus, rector of the local temple of Abaddon. The temple is gone though, and if we snooze here for much longer, the city will be lost as well. Who's that boy with you? This one, Cayado the shepherd, my apprentice. He's a smart boy, and his faith is strong. He serves as a rascal though, but there's still something he can learn from an old servant of Abaddon. He'll be a great cleric when he gets a little older. What kind of help can I expect from you? First, I sell scrolls. I have a lot of them. Something for every emergency. Second, while you're here in the tavern, I can read one for you. Guaranteed no surprises, but you'd better not go into the city without a cleric. I won't be going there myself. I'm too old and my powers are needed here. Great, I have to go. May Abaddon aid you. Oh, I remember this. Wendwag. Mistress, I am at your service. Please stop groveling. I'm not groveling, I'm showing respect for your power. This is exactly how the weak should behave in the presence of the strong. You promised me an army of mongrels. And I will give you one, mistress. But first we have to rebuff the attack on the city. Sewell has spent his entire life preparing for the underground crusaders' return to the surface, and he's not going to take any risks. He will order the tribes to hide in the caves like rats, and he will decide whether they are strong enough to fight side by side with us. Maybe he will decide that it's better to sit this one out and wait for another chance to come along. We have to fend off the demons, win a glorious victory, and show Sol that ours is not a lost cause. Then he will give us warriors, and then it will be my job to turn them into real soldiers. Let's talk about you serving Ursula. Uncertainty sparks in Wendwag's eyes, and she curls her spider legs on her back closer to her body. Of course, mistress, but now I only serve you. Has someone said something about me? What did you do for the demons? I brought my kin to their lair so they could join the demon army and accept the power given to them. I made my tribe stronger. Later, once we no longer needed demons, my powerful kin would have fought for me. Okay. Aren't you ashamed of betraying your kin? I know that Sul would have called me a traitor, but for one reason only. He grew old and cowardly. I accepted the same fate as my fellow tribesmen. I ate the flesh too, and for many gongs I thrashed with fever, growling like an animal, lunging at anyone and everyone, my body burning from the inside. But I handled it because I was the strongest of them all. Not a single day have I regretted the power I gained, and that's why I am not ashamed of sharing that power with my tribe. Why did you decide to switch allegiance? Because you're strong. I was only serving the demons because they promised me power, and only for as long as they had something to offer me. But Hosilla can't offer me anything now. She's dead, and I was never going to risk my life for her. You are a true leader, one worth following. How can I trust you? Why would I betray you, mistress? You are the strongest. It would be stupid to defect to your enemies and die along with them. No, I am not that dumb. Okay. I want to know more about you. You can ask me anything, mistress. So many questions in CRPGs. What do you think of life on the surface? Life among the Uplanders, you mean? Your customs are strange. I mean, theirs, not yours, mistress. You are strong and clever, but I look at other Uplanders and wonder. Have you seen how proud they are of their weakness? Look, my hands are so soft. I've never done anything with them in my entire life because noble blood runs through my veins. What does it matter who someone's parents are? I'm the daughter of a former chief of the tribe. So what? Is this what they respect and fear me for? Sul became the chief because he was old, experienced, and smart. After him, I might become the chief because I'm strong and even smarter. But these weaklings wouldn't have lasted a day in our caves. Everything is strange here, but it's all right, mistress. We'll put things right, won't we? Sure. Tell me about your life in the caves. Life was better than an uplander might think. You're surrounded by rock on all sides. It's sturdy, dependable. When you hide in a crack, you know for sure you're safe. Not like here, all this empty space around you. You always have to be on guard, in case an arrow flies from any direction and hits you. Life underground is calmer somehow. Sure, there is less food in the caves than here, but the amount of food the Uplanders have, it's too much. Don't you see, mistress, how many fat Uplanders there are? Why do they eat so much? Like cattle fattened up to make for tastier meat. We only had one fat person in our tribe, and that was Sul, and he was only fat because he was old. But up here, everything just seems fairer in the caves. When there isn't enough food for the weak, they die. The lazy die. The sick, in the head and the body, die. Only the strong and the skilled survive. And the blood becomes thicker, tougher. What happened between you and Lamb? He is a good hunter, but not too clever. A bit of an idiot, really. He was the strongest in the tribe after me. That's why I kept him close. His heart is soft, unlike his body. But then I met you and I didn't need Lan anymore. Now I only want to hunt with you. I could tell you're proud of your strength. Of course, let everyone see who is standing before them. The weak must obey the strong, and if they don't want to be reminded of their place, even when I was a snot-nosed little cave rat, I could bring neithers twice my age to heal, because I fear nothing and no one, pain least of all. I was showered with praise and compliments. The best hunters of the other tribes wanted me. But what did that matter to me? The moment you start listening to flattery is the moment you get soft and you die. No, I always push myself further, challenging myself, taking myself to the very edge. Many times I almost died, but I always came back stronger. I earned all my strength on my own, and if anyone didn't respect that, I just grabbed my knife. That's why I became the best hunter in the tribe. On the surface, your people are called mongrels, but I take it you don't like that term? Let the Uplanders call us whatever they want. It doesn't matter. I know what they're trying to do. By giving us that stupid nickname, they are asserting their status and superiority over us. But it's normal to try and dominate a stranger you just met. That's expected. When my kin conquer the lands on the surface, people will call us by whatever name we choose. Why do you serve me? Because you are winning, and I want to be with the winner. I don't like sharing food and fire with weaklings. I prefer people like you. And also because being close to you is a good way to live. I love life. I'm young and strong. It makes sense to eat, drink, screw, and kill enemies while you are young. Not when you are 30,000 gongs old and shriveled up like Soul. As long as I'm your servant, I can have fun as I like it and order around anyone I want. Who will dare defy me? No one. Thing is, I am neutral good. Technically, there doesn't seem to be very many neutral options, so it's a case of balancing between lawful and chaotic, or good and evil if you're lawful or chaotic neutral. Your life has made you cold-hearted and cruel, or I can guarantee you fun and entertainment. When do I shoot you a feral grin? It's good we understand each other, mistress, as we needless say we hunt in the same cave. Everything is clear to me now. I don't want to see you anymore. Now that's it for now. I need to go down. Actually, do I want to go downstairs yet, or do I want to do this?
Watch your back.
This is a lot of knowledge checks, I think, if I remember correctly. Indara, an imposing young Oreed, is surrounded by a crowd of crusaders who are hanging on to her every word. I hope this example clearly illustrates the difference between Jiska legionnaires from the last war and the crusaders. The perfection of form and spirit they were imbued with during creation turned them into parts of a well-balanced war machine, not a ragtag bunch of individuals, but a united whole. Now tell me again why I am supposed to be impressed by your reckless assaults, where everyone is fighting for their ego and for the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily, but it is clear that they are captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggly and dishevelled halfling monk whose puffy black eye gives him away as a brawler and a troublemaker. He enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, but one of his friends swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. It looks like we got ourselves a student of warfare. The woman gives you a suspicious look and raises an eyebrow. Were your words meant to recognize my achievements, or to start a fight the way Mendevian crusaders usually do? Continue. One of the crusaders angrily curls his fist tightly and retorts with a burst of passion. If those gists of yours, or whatever, had come for us, we'd have their guts for garters. You think we've never fought a mighty adversary before? The soldier's stern facade cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy this confrontation. The crusaders around him look upon their exotic opponent with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. The woman chuckles before cutting off her interlocutor. Okay. I would love to see you storm a 60-foot-tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant that carries siege fortifications on its back. And I'll have you know these fortifications were defended by Gistican priest craftsmen, armed with demon-bound war machines. They use the enemies you cannot defeat as mindless weapons. The woman gives the people around her a triumphant look and adjusts her clothes with pointed nonchalance. Her voice takes on a lecturer's tone. You should not argue with someone who happens to be the most authoritative researcher on the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. The woman looks at you and flashes an amused smile. The lecture is over. Do my esteemed listeners have any questions? I kind of want to do that. Who are you? I'm Indara, a warrior, magus, and scholar of classical warfare from Garand. The woman peers at you apprehensively, then sighs. I admit that I am mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you, but I'm willing to accept that this is due to Avistan's isolation from the sophisticated culture of the world at large. You've come a long way to be here. I like to think of myself as an inhabitant of Galarian, and I don't narrowly identify with any country in particular. Why did you come here? To witness a legendary war, the confrontation between denizens of a plane famous for its love of violence and the crusaders from every continent, united by the common goal of defending their home. Epic struggle of colossal proportions. This hasn't been particularly epic so far, truth be told. The monk with a black eye grins and mutters under his breath. Maybe she just can't see it from here. The view will get way more epic if she stops hiding among us and takes a walk outside. The woman smirks contemptuously. She does not deem the monk's words worthy of comment. Kind of want to disagree because I think she loves the confrontation of like an intellectual challenge. I think I disagree. The Crusaders are doing a commendable job at resisting the demons. Oh yes, and the situation we have found ourselves in can attest to that. But then again, demons are no better. Their preferred strategy also involves brute strength, mindless assault, and unfounded confidence in their superiority. Why don't you join the Crusaders and show them how fighting should be done? No, I am a historian, an analyst, a theorist. Do you know what these three words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who does not participate in the conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I will hardly be able to describe this mess as anything other than a feeble likeness of the last war of Gistka. The monk with a damaged eye grins slyly and comments, the more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clever and pretty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. What is this last war you mentioned? The last war of Gistka, of course. A large-scale conflict that took place 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. It was a war against Oresian pharaoh of forgotten plagues. The war that ended the legendary Gistka Imperium, an epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in military history. Alas, all conflicts that followed it were but a pale shadow, including the one I am witnessing here. Why do you find the last war of Gistka so inspiring? Imagine legions of golems imbued with extraplanar spirits marching into battle. And there's an ad playing. Imagine flying cities that swoop out of the clouds like terrifying monstrous birds of prey to drop forces on top of enemy castles. Picture gigantic mechanisms powered by captive and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of walking citadels or having to cover your ears to block out the sound of cannons loaded with shrieking elementals Now I'm gonna have a drink. My voice is going. Hi, Puncher of Kittens. How are you today? I hope you're well. Oh, that feels better now. Just had a snack as well as drink. Finally, imagine the ultimate weapon that defeated the Jiska, the deadly Night Plague. This affliction was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who its master wanted to kill. Imagine all these terrors and understand that no flight of fancy can even come close to the horror of the nightmares that they made real. How do you know so much about Jiska's last war? I can say without false modesty that there is no more authoritative researcher on Golarion when it comes to the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. I've dedicated my whole life to this subject. I've personally visited old battlefields and studied the most mysterious and forbidden archives containing chronicles of ancient wars, sometimes risking my life in the process. I saw a fallen sky city of the Shori Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystal from an exterminator-class combat golem that guarded a Jiska laboratory with my own hands. These fingers held the glass flask that the servants of Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues used to create the first generation of pestilence that devastated the Jiska Imperium. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything I am telling you about. Ooh, leg day at the gym. I never go to the gym because I work in retail and that's enough exercise for me. You're wrong to treat the Crusaders with such disdain. Allow me to explain. A debate? Oh, I will be happy to prove that the current conflict can't hold a candle to the last war of Jiska. Very well. The last war of Jiska was waged using a significantly greater number of troops. Both sides actively relied on reinforcements from Allied planes, and their strategic planning was perfected through no fewer than 7 rounds of intensive design. None of the above applies to this war of yours. Compared to the Jiska, we are but stone club-wielding kobolds. I would like to conclude my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagon, an advisor to the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of his statement, but here it is nevertheless. A gadfly sees the ox pays no heed to the gadfly, but crimson fever takes them both. Plus 10. The events of the past are shrouded in legend, but the fate of the world is being decided here and now. That is what you fail to grasp. The principles of war are always the same. Weapons, causes, and resources may change, but the foundations remain immutable. Please let me roll a 5. I rolled a 10. Indara's eyes display frustration as she hears the audience, clearly impressed by your argument, murmuring approval. There is logic in your words, I give you that. Yes, the concept of war does not change, but the degree of sophistication in the methods that we use to destroy our foes. The woman stops, realizing her words, no matter how ostentatious she makes them, no longer have the power to captivate the audience. Indara offers a pretentious dismissal. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there is a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History is a complex discipline rooted in fact and an evidentiary base that grows ever more meagre the farther the described period is from the present moment. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith the way the Crusaders embellished their tales of slaying a single Brimorak by adding a dozen Balers, for example, I could win this debate. But I am above such things, and therefore I am forced to admit that your skepticism is not entirely without merit. I'm sure I'm going to be nice, because I'm not going to ask about joining the Crusaders, because she doesn't want to, she's a scholar. Then get out of our shelter. I'm sure you would have been able to expound on your argument in a longer discussion. Dara nods with obvious relief. I'm glad we both understand this limitation. It is always a pleasure to face a worthy opponent, even if the debate takes place in a grimy tavern, perhaps especially because of that. Indara unbuckles her sword belt and hands you the weapon. This is a worthy blade. It will be of use not only for the strong, but also for the wise. Claw of Jistka. This is why I wanted to hopefully succeed. And this is where I bid you farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack tactics to drive their prey like herds of livestock. It is about time I got back to my research. The hint of a smile graces Indara's lips when she sees disappointment in the eyes of many Crusaders around her. Stay safe. You too. And she's gone. Because screw walking through the door. Can't talk to any of these. I don't want to talk to Irabeth yet. In fact, can I loot first? That's the only thing that... Yeah, loot. Info. Hilo and the Spinner of Nightmares. Take. I want to go downstairs first. Because I think there's a certain tiefling down here. Ooh. Hang on. Fawn Autumn Haze. A tall, fragile-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He's pale as a ghost, his arm wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. You spot other bandages on his body under his clothes. But even in such a miserable state, he manages to keep calm. Raising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, I am Fawn Autumn Haze. at your service. For Americans, he's Fawn Fall Hayes. His pale lips are reddened by blood, but you see no signs of pain or fear in his grey eyes. Do you need help? After giving you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. A local healer tended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both the wounds and the poison delivered through them. Who are you? My name is Fawn Autumn Hayes. I've come here from Kyonin because I am a hunter, and all minions of evil are my quarry. I won't say more than that. If you don't mind, we are strangers and of different races and cultures. I'd rather not tell you more than is necessary. I am Selena. You can trust me. I might be able to help you. After a brief pause, Fawn says, it would be impolite to refuse such a direct and friendly offer. We are not the same race or culture. Sure, I'll help. Who is your quarry here in Mendev? I was hunting a fugitive, a Descarite by the name of Kaelessa. It pains me to admit that there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kind. I managed to catch up to her in Canabras, and I wounded her. Then demons appeared and the city was engulfed in flames. I was injured in the battle that ensued and couldn't free her soul from its service to her dark masters. Expresses no anger or hatred as he speaks, only compassionate sorrow. You're not that great of a hunter, it would seem. His expression remains indifferent, but his voice is as cold as a mountain stream. Many underestimate the wisdom and experience that my people acquire over centuries. I do hope that my opponent will misjudge me as you have. I wish to aid you in your hunt. Fawn covers his eyes warily. I thank you, but this is my mission, and I'm used to facing all manner of terrors on my own. I do appreciate your willingness to help. If you happen to meet Kaelessa, take caution. She's turned many innocent souls to the path of evil, and darkness has rewarded her with many gifts. Her appearance alone will tell you that. It is warped. The agate skin, the malicious stare of her blood-red eyes, the bestial teeth. She's more monster than elf at this point. Plus 10, I need to roll a 16 or above. What does this Kaelessa look like again? Failed! Her skin is dark, her hair preternaturally white, her red eyes can see perfectly in the dark, which to my dismay I've come to know from experience, but bright light causes her kind pain. She's a drow. I used an alchemical powder that explodes in a dazzling flash, and she cried out as if I had stabbed her. It's clear that this woman is a faithful servant of darkness. The marks that Kaelessa's masters have left on her appearance says as much. Let's know more about you. Yourself. I think that's fine. Okay, I have no more questions. I have to go. Good fortune to you. So at least I... Oh, rats making such a noise. But I'm sticking to my failed skill checks, unfortunately. God, Delvin. Oh, here we go. Surrender thy soul, Delvin. Iomade protect us. I got you again. How many times is that today? Take your jokes and shove 'em, tiefling. Whoa, easy there, chief. Don't hit me. Woljif. Knew it started with the W, I just couldn't remember his name.
Hey, Chief! Ooh, hey, gorgeous. Come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
What's up, bro?
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out!
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
Are you?
Woljif. Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
Tiefling rattles his chains and gives you a meaningful look. What are you
Does
in
it really
chains?
matter? Don't get hung up on the past, Chief. Don't look to the future. Live in the here and now.
He was caught thieving.
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
Okay.
What a load of guff! If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Canabras.
Pick up some frames at some point. Your shadow, what was that?
Get me out of here and I'll tell you. And don't worry, it's not contagious.
I can't help you while you're chained up. How can I free you?
That's easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her, she's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy Woljif locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. Got that? Will you do it?
Alright, I'll talk to Irabeth about your situation, because I need more party members.
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
We'll talk later. For now, there is loot in here to be had. Especially behind this wall. Give me the loot. Sell it. Fudge.
Careful now.
Now I need to get them all to match up, if I remember correctly. These three levers. Blow them all instead.
That's easy.
Yeah, well that opened. But I can't interact with them, okay. I wonder if there's anything that tells me in here what to do with that. Suit. A helmet. Of alluring charisma. Don't think I have anyone that's really using charisma right now. You're wisdom based. May just put it on you for now. We may save it because I think I'm gonna get someone that uses charisma. Maybe. What loot? Yellowed letter. That's it. Thought there was more to do in here. Look it again. Won't budge. And then these won't do anything. Outside,
Precisely.
and don't want to go outside just yet. Let's go and talk to Irabeth. I think that's everyone. Well, there's a Nevia to talk to. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, see how they patched me up? Now I can run, jump, or dance a jig if I feel like it. Are there any suspicious places in the city that I should pay attention to? Give me more quests. There were a couple of spots I wanted to check out, but I didn't have time. If there really is a den of cultists there, it would be good if you could swoop in there and bust some heads. You don't even need a search warrant, and Evia shoots you a crooked smile. Are you American? Hey, Threadatelia. The first one is the Silken Thread. It's a funny little tailor shop that doesn't take any orders and never buys any fabric, but they always seem oh so busy. They're busy with something in there alright, but sewing it ain't. The second one is the Alchemy Shop, Topaz Solutions, and they trade in everything, not just healing potions. Judging by the ingredients they've been buying on the black market, there's something fishy about the alchemical rituals going down in that place. What are your responsibilities in the Eagle Watch? Nevia smiles evasively. Nothing official. I'm not even a knight, you know, I just hang around. You sure you want to know the details? Catching traitors and spies and cultists is no walk in the park. It's a delicate job. You can't always do it within the letter of the law. What if we surprise some suspicious blighter with an official search? Everyone will know about it before long, starting with their cronies. Then again, sneaking into people's houses at night ain't exactly legal. Crusaders can't be doing stuff like that, can they? Well, I'm not exactly a knight, she trails off. Tell me about yourself. I'd be happy to, but there's kinda nothing to tell. What's so interesting about me? Where are you from? Nowhere. I was blown in by the wind and found in a cabbage patch. She stops short. Sorry, it's an old habit of mine. I don't like blabbing about my past, but you saved my skin, so I guess I kinda owe it to you to not clown around, right? I'm from Nidal, and I wouldn't wish my homeland on my worst enemy. You've heard of the place, I'm sure, ruled by monsters that aren't alive nor dead, and the official religion is the cult of Zon Kuthon. A Midnight Lord, oh yeah. I grew up in a slum like a weed between the cobblestones. I didn't have a dad, but I had lots of aunts and uncles, my mum's cronies. No price for guessing the kind of business she was involved in. They gave me a set of lockpicks as soon as I could hold a spoon, and while other kids were picking their noses, I was picking pockets. When I was 12, the monks of the Silent Shroud came for us. Creepy guys with their mouths sewn shut. They're the guards in Nizrok. My mum gave me to her friends and we hid in a secret temple of Desna. I never saw my mum again. Aww. I lay low in the temple for the next few years, kept my head down, I washed floors, fetched water, listened to sermons. Funny thing, after a while I started liking Desna's teachings, but as soon as I was old enough, I was out of there. I left Nidal and got as far away as I could. Quite a ragtag group you've got here, from nobles to street thieves. You got that right. Only the best for you. What do you do if the knights and nobles fail to save the world? The lowlifes are our only hope. Okay, spoken like a true noble. Even though she's not. She just... How did you meet Irabeth? I was bumming around Timon a while back, doing this and that. Desnan temples sometimes gave me odd jobs. You know, sometimes they needed people with skills like mine. On the surface, it was fine, I guess. After Nidal, the freedom of River Kingdoms should have seemed like heaven. My chance to sit back and enjoy life, but I wasn't happy. There just wasn't any joy in my new life. I was all alone. No one cared about me, and I didn't care about anybody either. I feel that in my soul, except for the last part. I struggled to find a reason to drag myself out of bed every morning. Tying a stone around my neck and jumping into the nearest river started to look pretty appealing. Yeah, also being there. One day I was tired to follow some fellas who the local authorities suspected were Razmiran spies. I was stupid, I made a rookie mistake, and they caught me. It's like my body had already decided to do what my mind had been fighting, to finally put me out of my misery. Get someone else to kill me since I didn't have the guts to do it myself. They grabbed me. I thought they'd gut me on the spot, but instead they hogtied me and dragged me off. And just like an animal going to the slaughter, my only thought was, let's get this over with. They brought me to their stinking cave, threw me on their altar, and I realised who it was. Kuthites from Nidal. They'd tracked me down after all those years, but I didn't care anymore. Wouldn't even have cared if they'd eaten me or whatever. We all gotta go sometime, right? So I was lying there, staring at those knives pointed at me, when fate rolled the dice and I hit the jackpot. Irabeth. There she was, storming into the cave. Picture it, I'm lying on an altar with all these knife-wielding maniacs around me, and suddenly Irabeth storms in. I thought it was Iomade herself, fierce in her shining armour with her gleaming sword raised. She made quick work of those scumbags, chopped them up just like that. I didn't even have time to blink. She untied me, and then Anivia's face lights up as she chuckles. She looked through the papers they had on the table and she started swearing like a sailor. So much for Iomade. How did you and Irabeth end up in Canabras? After almost becoming a human sacrifice, I knew I never wanted to leave Irabeth's side. Desna knows I fell for her instantly, and I fell hard. My misery was gone, and when Irabeth showed me what was in those papers, proof that the cultists had a nest in her home city, well, I offered to help without a second thought. Anevia smiles warmly. She must have figured I couldn't wait to get my revenge on the cultists. But I didn't give a damn about them. It was her. I'd go anywhere with her, even on a crusade, or into the jaws of a dragon. Yeah, definitely have the same feeling about that. But I took to life in Canabras like a duck to water. I used to be an outcast wherever I went, but half of the Crusaders are the same. After all, who'd volunteer to tangle with demons on the edge of the abyss? You gotta be either a goody two-shoes with too much honour and free time, or a misfit with no life out in the normal world with normal people. People come here to run away from their debts, their past, from themselves, so I fit right in. What is it like living with Irabeth? It's like living. Without her, I wouldn't be. Seriously, if I were alone, I'd definitely be gone right now. Sure, sometimes we argue, can't deny that. Sometimes we bang our fists on the table and yell so loud that the walls shake. But that's all about order business. But at home, well, I'll give you an example. I've kinda always wanted to move out of that broom closet we call a house and into somewhere cozier. It ain't like they take a vow of poverty at the Eagle Watch, but every month, somehow, most of our spare money is spent on Crusader business. Sure, I get mad about it, but... Anivia makes a helpless gesture. It's part of why I love her so much. You know, Irabeth has that thing that matters most for a person, a purpose in life. She's always got a reason for whatever she's doing. Her whole life is a crusade. And I just drifted around like a leaf in the wind until Desna brought us together. Now she's the meaning of my life. So it really makes no difference if we live in a mansion or under a bush. Thank you for your answers. Thanks for asking. Telling you all this kind of made me feel better. I have to go. Bye. Alright, you watch yourself now. Okay, let's save so I don't have to repeat all of that if anything goes wrong. Ooh, Sealer's there and Hilo. Tall, athletic man greets you. His hair is prematurely grey and shorn close to his head in a military style. He is lean and well-groomed, and a monocle twinkles coldly in his eye. He's wearing a monocle? Okay. The bold set of his jaw and his large but agile frame attest that there is a man who is always ready to be on the move. Greetings, I am Hillar, Venture Captain of the Pathfinder Society. Oh yeah, I remember. This is where you can create your own characters for a cost. I'm the superior officer among Pathfinders in this region of Mendev. However, the Society is running almost no operations here right now. Besides me, there are almost no Pathfinders here. Actually, I'm only stuck here because of an old feud with a demon worshipper known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I've had to work alone, without the support of the Society, but I've made a lot of acquaintances among the local mercenaries and Darien fighters. If you need any good fighters for an honest cause, talk to me. So much talking. Tell me about your confrontation with the Spinner of Nightmares. It all began with the task of the Pathfinder Society. I arrived in Nerosian with my team to investigate the sudden death of a famous crusader, Baron Falren. We soon focused in on a small hospital for the wealthy, where Falren was being treated shortly before his death. It turned out that a gang of Baphomet's cultists, calling themselves the Labyrinth of Mind, had gotten a foothold at the hospital. They were obsessed with twisting the minds of their victims and targeted fragile people too weak to resist. The hospital was filled with perfect victims, isolated for weeks from the outside world, completely helpless. And when they returned, they were different, almost normal. But the moment they heard a certain phrase, something dark awoke in their mind, and they transformed into servants of Baphomet, ready to lie, betray, and even kill. The Labyrinth of Mind was preparing to infiltrate all the elite circles in Mendev, but Baron Falren stopped them. He was too loyal to his oath and too resistant to their spells. He fought for his freedom until the strain broke his heart. We opened and cleaned the city of Baphomet's pit of vipers. Their den was a cradle of sin and filth. They cast spells on each other, and their loathsome fantasies stepped real from their minds into the world. They dreamt of horrible and forbidden things, and they fought like mad. We burned the place to the ground and slaughtered everyone we could. But the leaders of the cult were able to flee, and they were set upon revenge. They abducted my daughter, Luri, who served under my command in the Pathfinder Society. They left me a note full of tart insults, mockery, and sneers. From that note I learned the name of my enemy, the Spinner of Nightmares. A few months later I confirmed that she was the leader of the Labyrinth of Mind. My hunt had begun. I would get Luri back at any cost. Hilal grits his teeth with bulldog determination. Think that's a retrain. I want to know more about you. What exactly are you interested in? I'm a common Pathfinder. There are many others like me. Fate and my orders brought me to this land. How did you end up here? I was working on an assignment for the Pathfinder Society, and then a demon worshipper named the Spinner of Nightmares abducted my daughter Luri. For the past 3 years I've been trying to save her. During this time I've become a specialist in scouting demon territory. I've even planted agents among the cultists. Truth be told, in pursuing the Spinner of Nightmares, I've been acting more on behalf of Queen Galfrey than the Pathfinder Society. It's a long story. Maybe I'll tell you the rest of it sometime. This Spinner of Nightmares is a true spawn of the Abyss. I've fought her many times, but I've never been able to seize her by the throat. Tell me about your daughter? Hilos smiles, showing his healthy white teeth. As a girl, Luri was just an angel. We lost her mother early on. She was left to follow my example. A drifter with little idea how to talk to a 10-year-old girl. But even with such questionable parenting, Luri managed to grow into a wonderful girl. Brave, smart, beautiful, and entirely unbearable. She's always argued with me about everything. Yeah. When Luri was 18 and told me she was going to be a Pathfinder, all I said was, alright. I knew there was no use to try and talk her out of it, and she was a fine Pathfinder. Hilla's fists clenched with a painful sounding crack. I'll never forgive the Spinner of Nightmares for taking my girl from me. Tell me about the Pathfinder Society. The Pathfinder Society is a global organisation that unites opportunists and adventurers of all kinds who explore the world and uncover its secrets, travel and sometimes face down threats. In times of trouble, the latter becomes our primary focus. We're driven by curiosity and the desire to make the world a better place, and of course some seek profit or hunger for glory. But in any case, it's hard work. They might send you anywhere on a mission. Weaklings have little place in the society. It's more for seasoned fighters. There are society lodges in many cities. The closest one is in Nerosium. They're each led by venture captains, lads like me. The Grand Lodge is in Absalom, the centre of the world. The Decemvirate sits there, an anonymous council of our leaders. I have no more questions. Get a great mentor from Absalom. For the first few times, he'll train your fighters free of charge. I want to retrain myself because I'm not hitting anything. It's free of charge. I have to select everything again. Oh, do I have to do my... Oh, God. Oh, it's further up. It was... Because cat, kitty. Alchemist, synthesizer. Don't care about mutagens. There was a human for the feet. I was... I'll use intelligence instead of wisdom, yes. A healer. I literally have to do everything again. I did 19. I had 14, 12. Charisma was lower. Done. 5 points left. Oh, I had dexterity 16, that's it. I think that's what I had. Yes, I had 10 base hit points. Next. Perception. Trickery. I'm not going to take mobility for her. Next. I had no need for that. I want... Where are you? Point blank shot. Because I don't have a lot of bombs. Size shot. Yes. Yeah. I think I did the green faith. Good. Do everything again. I was thin body type. It was like 7. Color, hairstyle. I'm sure it was that one. And I have red hair. No war paint. Clothes. I was hashtag purple guy. This one. With red.
Follow if you dare. Careful now.
I was cunning. Then I was my birthday. And then Selena.
This is my chance to run.
Okay. Wait. Next level. Yep. Well, we actually don't need all the trickery because I'm going to have other people for it. So I'm going to take use magic device because it might be useful later on. Yeah, because it's used to activate wands and scrolls that I would normally not be able to use. Discovery. I think I did infusion. Complete. And then that level. I do weapon focus or saving throws against your bombs. Extra bombs gives me 4 additional bombs per day. But yeah, I think I'm going to have her do point blank shot a lot because he doesn't have 2 attacks like Wendoag does because of a base attack bonus. I think I'm going to get her the light crossbow. Actually, no, I'm going to do a ability focus bombs because they're AoE, so. And then increased range because I can still get +1 from this to attack and damage rolls. Person. Done. Complete. I have no mythic rank, so now I might actually be able to hit things. Might. I'll put you over there. But now I need to also add your spells. Yeah, I know. Cure wounds. Cure wounds. That'll do for now. And then I need to give her all her stuff back. Crossbow, masterwork light crossbow. There we go. Are you wearing anything else? Chain shirt, I think. God, your AC is terrible. Marching Terror, and that's Claw of Jisk. Oh yeah. 1d6 plus 1 piercing damage plus 1d6 fire damage. And I know exactly who I want to give that to after I talk to Irabeth, but I need to talk to Seela first. Seela smiles at you warmly. Hey there, during that march through the dungeon, we never got the chance to exchange a proper greeting. It's high time I shake your hand. I'd like to know more about you. Of course, ask anything. I'll answer honestly. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? I'm a little bit from Geb, a little bit from Katapesh, but mostly from the Knights of Iomade. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belong to their ranks more than I belong to any other place. You've come to Mendev by a long road, haven't you? A very long one. Seela looks at you cheerfully. A traveller is expected to have amusing stories. Unfortunately, I have only 3 tales of any interest, and I'd like to save them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show myself when it's time to start bragging, and that just won't do, especially since I'll win the night with my cautionary tale of a battle with chupacabras. Arcane check passed. Chupacabras? Fascinating. Can't they drink their victims' blood during combat and gain strength from it? Oh, yes. Seela's face grows serious, and they do it very quickly. They bite one victim, suck out their blood, and then strike their next victim quick as lightning. But now you tricked me and I've started to tell you the tale. I may as well do it properly. Picture a small town in Kadira, and down in the dungeon there's 2 murderers waiting to be executed. The gallows are already built for them. The rope has been brought, but sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly, a paladin of Iomade appears in the doorway and offers the murderers a deal. If they go with her to fight some monsters, they'll live. If they survive, that is. There's a big difference between imminent death and probable death with a glimmer of hope, wouldn't you say? So here we are, travelling through the desert, me and my friend, a priestess of Sarenrae, along with the little ratfolk fellow who'd asked for our help, and the 2 cutthroats. We get to the ratfolk village and see their bodies lying around, all drained dry. We figured we'd have to fight vampires. That's how the little ratfolk described the monsters who attacked their village. That's why we went in all brazen-like. The sun was high and the vampires couldn't attack until dusk. But we never got a chance to look around. Black shadows, quick as the wind, attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, but chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got killed right away. The second one ran for his life. That left me, the ratfolk, and Kyra. That was the name of the priestess. And we all steeled ourselves for the fight of our lives. And just when we thought the end had come, with the chupacabras surrounding me like a pack of dogs around a bear, our ratfolk friend wounded and down, and the teeth of the quickest of those blasted monsters clenched on Kyra's shoulder, right then when all hope was lost, the other lad from the gallows suddenly comes running back. He kills the beast attacking Kyra. I'm sure you know what a turning point in a fight looks like. Well, this was it. A moment before we were lost, and a moment later we had it back under control. The chupacabras dropped dead, one by one. The little ratfolk is reunited with his family who were hiding in the basement. The priestess and I closed the eyes of that boy from the gallows who saved us. It was a shame he didn't survive the fight. May the gods keep his soul in its journey through the afterlife. That's a good story. He could have died in disgrace on the gallows, but instead he died a hero. And I'd fancy the stunt earned him some points at his final judgment. It's smart to remember our journey doesn't end in death. Had it not been for that mercy, I'm going to say Milos, that was his name, would be hanging from a noose, and me, Kyra, and all the ratfolk would be dead in that village. Someone told me that a kind deed done by an unkind person is 100 times more precious. By the same token, an evil done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. That's what I really wanted to say. The chupacabras were just a good starting point. What made you become a paladin of Iomade? Seela's gaze sharpens momentarily, then she sighs. That's a serious question, and a good one. You should ask it at your companions, but it's a long story. To start with, 12 years ago I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of Solku with the other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought, I was a hired sword for a bit. Not the proper origin for a paladin, is it? Back then, Solku was a city of orphans, widows and widowers. Gnolls decimated the city regularly. My parents were among their victims. People there heard about new deaths before they'd finished mourning their previous losses. One day, a group of knights of Aeomide brought a glimmer of hope to the city. But while others saw them as saviours and protectors, I was busy pricing up their noble horses and their gleaming mithril armour, wondering just how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. A thief lives one day at a time, and that's what they say. I was the type that never thought past the next job. Anyhow, I was able to sneak into the knights' camp and steal one of their mithril helms. Seela pauses, her voice sad and measured. And I was right there when a gnoll attacked the helm's owner. Asemi was her name, and dealt a blow to her unprotected head. A gnoll like all those she'd fearlessly driven from the gates of Solku. That one blow was fatal, but who was really to blame for her death, the gnoll attacker or the young thief named Seela? I know what it takes to survive sometimes. I can't judge you. Well, I can. I believe everyone deserves a chance at redemption. But redemption means you understand what you did and you're willing to be harder on yourself from now on. But you were asking what brought me into the ranks of Aeomide's warriors. We all choose the paladin's path for our own reasons. Some are guided by nobility of spirit, some by a desire to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and a debt unpaid. The day Asemi died protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself for the terrible guilt I felt. But then I realised I wouldn't make the world any better, and I decided that instead I'd try to take her place. I'd become who she had been, and protect the innocents that she would no longer be able to protect. What are the principles that paladins of Aeomide follow? Seela smiles. I'll tell you, I like to recite our code. It feels like I've said it 1,000 times, but it never gets old. There is strength in these words. After a pause, she begins, her voice slow and meditative. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, it is worthless. My strength is not in my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost the tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength through my body. I will shine in her legion, and I will not tarnish her glory through base actions. I am the first into battle and the last to leave it. I will not be taken prisoner by my free will. I will not surrender those under my command. I will never abandon a companion, though I will honour sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honour of my fellows, both thought and deed, and I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I may force my enemies to surrender, but I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will give honour to worthy enemies and contempt to the rest. I will suffer death before dishonour. I will be temperate in my actions and moderate in my behaviour. I will strive to emulate Aeomide's perfection. Thank you, I've learned everything I wanted to know. Get out of my party. Irabeth said your friend Jana Aldore is missing. Do you know where we should look for her? Irabeth is worried about her fighters. I understand that. I wanted to look for Jana myself, so I didn't distract you. But since you're in this too, I could use some help. Jana and I met in Canabras a few days ago and just hit it off. We went drinking together. We went to that unforgettable celebration together too. But we got separated in the crowd. So we should start looking from the main square. That's where I last saw her. Seela frowns. Jana's a good fighter, even if she is green. She couldn't have become an Aldori otherwise. I hope that means she's alright. What do you think of what's going on in Canabras? Ooh, friend in need is a friend indeed. It's complete chaos. It's lucky we're here to handle it, right? Seela smiles brightly, then she gives you a worried look. Does the way I talk bother you? I know I can seem blasé. Many good people and our protector Terendil have died here in Canabras. A paladin of Iomade is expected to be properly respectful and solemn, but I prefer to face my troubles with a smile and a bit of common sense. Grief is a weapon they'll use against you. It can undermine a warrior's spirit. It's better we hold off on grief until we've driven the last demon and cultist from the city. I'm going to do chaotic. If we want to win, we can't be mourning our deceased day and night. Plus, joy heals the soul. It's nice when you and your commander think alike. Seela smiles softly. Is fighting demons all you want, or are you looking for something more? How about covering myself in glory and becoming the hero of 100 ballads, or at least a dozen, if they're lively ones? Seela's eyes shine cheerfully. Anyway, to be more serious, the area around the World Wound is the best place for a paladin who wishes to defend the weak and serve good. Being part of the crusade is reward enough for me, but there's something that worries me. I don't want to sound like I'm criticising my brothers in arms, but the Eagle Watch and the other orders are focused on just one aim, the war against the World Wound. That's why they can sometimes overlook the smaller things, ordinary misfortunes, you know? I always liked being a wandering knight because any moment I could get up and go help a poor rat folk whose family had been kidnapped or an old woman whose favourite dog had gone missing. So here's my answer. I don't have some big important goal, but I'll be happy to help those who need it. A little bit here and there. Thank you for speaking with me. Until next time. See you. Save. Okay, Irabeth, give me my quests. As I stretch. Oh. Irabeth rubs her red and tired eyes. Any success? How's the city? I haven't left yet. There is a tiefling chained up in the Defender's Heart. What can you tell me about him? Irabeth shrugs scornfully. Waljif is a petty thief from a gang of thieflings operating in Canabras. That's what we call them in these parts. They tried to rob a vendor of magical items recently. Unfortunately, we apprehended only one of them, and the rest managed to escape. We have nowhere else to keep him apart from the Defender's Heart, but that's hardly a prison. Waljif knows it too. He's been begging us for days to let him go free or have someone vouch for him. He's already asked you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he? Irabeth squints at you thoughtfully, then shrugs. If you want to recruit Waljif and put him to good use, go ahead and take him off our guards' hands. We can ill afford to let a soldier spend their days watching over a middling thief. I hope the tiefling proves useful, should you decide to take him along. What is our main objective? You've heard what that demon said. They're going to desecrate the ward stone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canabras, but every city with a ward stone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that, no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomede's gift must not become a weapon of the abyss. This is the third time I've asked what a ward stone is. But tell me again, these ward stones, what are they? They are our greatest treasure, the shield given to us by Iomade herself, and placed in Canabras and other Mendevian cities and fortresses by her herald. The chain of ward stones forms a protective barrier that stops the expansion of the World Wound and keeps the demons from moving beyond its borders. I shudder to think what will happen if that barrier falls. Allow me to ask a few personal questions. Frowning a little, Irabeth nods. Please, but I must warn you, there are some things that I don't have the right to discuss. Where are you from? I was born in Canabras. I grew up on a farm just outside it, but my way back home lay at the end of a long and winding road. It took me years of travelling through foreign lands before I came to be where I always belonged. How did you become a paladin? A bitter smile appears on the half-orc's face. I don't much like to remember it. Believe it or not, the story of how I became a paladin is also the story of how I failed to become a knight. My parents were crusaders, may their souls stand together in Iomede's celestial army. When I was born, they retired from the war and started preparing me to continue their legacy. But my father was an orc. You'd be pressed to find a calmer, wiser and more pious servant of the goddess than he. But still, all his life he was dogged by sideways looks and whispers. When I grew older and it was time for me to serve, I decided, anywhere but Canabras. That was where my father had served loyally, and his only reward had been injustice. Besides, the witch hunters, led by the Honourable Prelate Hulrune, stalked the city with a heavy hand. Who knows what they'd have done to a strange girl with green skin? Instead, I went to a smirk that looks more like a painful grimace crosses her face. You can laugh if you want, but I was young and foolish. I chose Lastwall, of all places. You can imagine how well I was accepted in a country that's been battling orcs of Belkzen for since its foundation. Yeah, that's probably not a smart plan. Oh, add in progress. Missed it completely. Oh well, I started during the ad, I might as well go anyway. There were many there like me, but we were all treated as second-class citizens. To the locals, my green skin was worse than leper scabs. Even my brothers in faith kept their distance. I took my vows, and the goddess granted me the powers of a paladin. But even then, not a single order would accept me into their ranks. I spent another 6 months knocking on doors before I realised the simple truth. I serve Iomade, not these people. I don't have to prostrate myself before them. So I left, as a paladin, but not a knight. It's probably hard for you as a human to imagine what it's like when the very colour of your skin and the fangs in your mouth make people in the street turn on their heel to avoid you. I mean no offence, of course. How did you come to join a knightly order? I left Lastwall and went travelling. The goddess guided me, and my path led me to where atrocities were happening. I often fought in exchange for gold, but never for unworthy aims. Of course. But never for unworthy aims, of course. I wandered the river kingdoms for a few years, killing monsters and tracking down criminals. Sometimes I thought I was just wasting time, that my true place was in Canabras, but I pushed those thoughts away. I didn't even want to think about going back, but in the end, divine providence had brought me to my senses. It happened in Taimon. I was tracking a gang of bandits which my employer suspected was a cover for Razmiran spies. I managed to find their lair, but inside I found something far more dangerous than spies, an unholy temple to Zon Cathon. When I broke in there, the cultists were about to sacrifice someone. The person who was destined to become my wife, Anevia, but that's another story. After I cut down the cultists, I examined their papers and couldn't believe my eyes. A network of evil cults had spread through all of Avistan, including Mendev. Worse, the documents clearly showed that their allies, the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth, had infested my native Canabras, and were even among the ranks of the Paladins. After that, delaying my homecoming would be tantamount to desertion. Luckily, I was no longer alone. Anevia was eager to destroy the cultists as I was. Anevia and I hurried to Canabras. We couldn't trust anyone. The papers indicated that the cultists had infiltrated everything. Luckily, I had some experience in investigation, and my beloved, the half-orc, smiles warmly. She knew her way around working locks, tailing people, and trading information with the city's bottom feeders. Soon we defeated, alas, not the whole Hydra, but a few of its heads. Do you know who turned out to be the leader of the cultists? The commander of the Eagle Watch! Can you imagine? While Prelate Hulrun was chasing witches through the city, the enemy had infiltrated the very order responsible for internal security. The scandal reached the ears of the Queen. At first she planned to disband the order in disgrace, but then she offered its command to me, and put its salvation in my hands. Of course there was one small catch: I wasn't a knight, but I was made commander just the same, skipping the usual progression through the ranks. Law religion check passed. I can't imagine the followers of Zon-Kuthon in alliance with demon worshippers. Shouldn't they hate each other? They should, but Baphomet's minions are masters of deception. They manipulate Zon-Kuthon's butchers as eagerly as Iomede's knights. The cultists from that unholy temple didn't know the true face of their associates in Canabras. We ourselves learned the truth much later after getting to the bottom of their nest. How did the people of Canabras feel about your background? They tolerated it surprisingly well. I shouldn't have been so wary. Crusaders don't tend to be prejudiced, as a rule. After all, heroes from all over the world, even from other continents, come here to fight the demons. Apparently the people were only suspicious of full-blooded orcs. There were already many like me here, and we don't have any problems. Though the locals do have their superstitions. Mendev is as merciless as Lastwall. They just have different set of victims. I kept seeing those same sideways looks and scowls, hearing the familiar whispers, but where once they used to whisper behind my back and point at me, now they whisper in my ear and point at someone else. It's so strange to be on the other side of humiliation, to wipe the spit from your face and suddenly be invited to change position and spit at someone else. You must have figured out by now that I'm talking about tieflings. It's true there are many of them among the cultists and few among our crusaders, and our fighters do all they can to drive away those who would be our allies. People shun them, call them a Relu spawn, or worse, as if they chose to be born like that. I believe it's quite a feat to rise against the call of one's blood and join the forces of good. Still, most only see them as the enemy. I once saw a knight bleeding to death because he wouldn't let a tiefling priest touch his wound. Alas, I haven't been able to change this in all my time in Canabras. Tell me about Anevia, come on. We met in Timon as I was wandering aimlessly from one ordeal to another. We returned to Canabras together to explore the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth. The day the Queen knighted me was the second happiest day of my life. The first was the day of our wedding. But Anevia isn't just my beloved. She's my staunchest ally. We share every victory and defeat. The best of me is alive thanks to her. Thank you for saving her back then. Thanks for saving her back then, the day Canabras fell. Before her return, the only thing giving me strength to protect the defender's heart was the hope that I'd see her again. We are in your debt. Thank you for your answers. Tell me about the Eagle Watch. It was a small order created to fight not only demons but also the enemy within, to maintain the purity of the paladin ranks, prevent heresy and identify spies, and it failed miserably at that. The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth infiltrated it and informed their nest within its ranks. After the Queen entrusted me with leading the order, Anevia and I practically built it from scratch. We got rid of deadweight, people who weren't committed. We organised ways to transmit messages and orders safely. We introduced reliable ciphers. We found tacit allies around the city, from Crusader orders to street beggars. This was my personal crusade, to purge the city of the Templars who had infested it, and I thought I was winning. I could feel it. We were so close to driving the cultists out of Canabras. but Irabeth frowns. It's hard to admit, but those successes didn't count for much once the demons entered the city. On the contrary, yeah, on the contrary, if it weren't for you, there wouldn't be a headquarters at the Defender's Heart. The cultists would have served up this city on a platter to the demons. The lines on Irabeth's forehead soften. Yes, that's true. It's a good thing we achieved something. Thank you. I have to go. Go, may I, Omadep, keep you safe. There's one other... Well, I'm going to go and get Waljeff. Yeah, he's not in the party yet. Go ahead, don't take too long though.
Well, Chief, what do you got for me?
I talked to Irabeth and I've decided to make you part of my troop. We'll see how it goes.
You must be a smooth talker. Come on, Delvin, get these bracelets of yours off me. I'm going free.
You're sure to regret this. This tiefling will fleece you for everything you've got. Mark my words.
But I'll probably blow him up with bombs if necessary.
You're a bitter little man, Delvin. Petty and mean. You can't even be happy for me, can you? I pity you. I'll leave you alone with your sad little soul. So long. And now, Chief, straight down to business. You see, I'm one of those guys that people around here call thieflings. We just call ourselves the family. After we knocked over that shop and I got stuck here in the Defender's Heart, a little bird told me that Big Sister Charisme wanted to see me, that she had some questions to ask me. You following? Now, she won't be asking me questions like, Woljiff, how'd you manage to get out of this one? Or, Woljiff, you're so thin, didn't they feed you? No, something serious has gone down, and I just know they want to try to pin something on me. I can feel it in my tail. So I knew right away that I couldn't go alone. You turned up just in time, Chief. You don't need to do anything when we get there. Just stand behind me and look mean, and I'll handle the rest. Somehow. Let's go. I'll show you the way.
Sup, bro? He's gone. Did he have any loot? I'm sure there was something else I could do here. We'll go outside now. But there's one... Ooh, braces of armor +2? There's one person that I want to talk to before. And hopefully he has voice lines. Oh god, I could talk to Waljiff now, god damn it. Braces of armor +2. Let's do a dagger. Let's change this up, shall we? Because I have Claw of Jistka. And 3 to 13 damage. Hell yeah. Sure, I have something better. Let's do it dagger. Yeah, 1 to 4 damage. Oh wait, it adds strength. The dagger is a finesse weapon. Yeah. This is finesse wielding. Surely we should be doing more damage than that. You're getting your dex. Why don't you... Oh, feats. Probably have 2 weapon fighting, double slice. Finesse training, dagger. Whenever the rogue makes a successful melee attack with a dagger, she adds her dexterity modifier instead of her strength modifier to the damage roll. So I also want short swords. But I don't get that for a long time. I'm not even sure I can retrain that for him. I wonder if I can. Quick save. Good training. Wait, where's Waldriff? Maybe it's because I can't retrain him from that level. Okay.
Always watch your back.
Waldriff gives you a friendly wave. Hey Chief, wanna talk? Want to know more about you. Just kick him out immediately. How much is more? Are your family tieflings too? My family is an interesting story actually, but I don't tell it to just anyone. My father and mother had a bakery. Their life was great, but the gods never blessed them with any children. One day my mother went to the river to wash some clothes and saw a basket floating downstream. Inside the basket was a baby, adorable and chubby and fast asleep. It was yours truly. In my hand was a note spritzed with expensive perfume that said, "Take care of my little angel." My mother brought me home and she and my father realized right away that I was heaven sent. They raised me as their own. When I turned 15, my mother showed me my baby blanket. It was embroidered with the coat of arms of an unknown kingdom, all in gold thread. Ever since then I've been looking for my real parents, but it's not easy. Traveling takes money, so if you have a few gold coins I'll pay you back as soon as I find my real family. Give you my word. That doesn't really sound very believable. Seriously? Usually everyone just believes everything I say. People love stories like that. You know, a cute baby, a basket, a blanket. What's not to love? They look at me differently, as if I'm worth more just because the sheets I spit up on might have had a fancy coat of arms on. Waldriff laughs bitterly. If I was really a prince, I wouldn't be sitting around here, I can tell you that much. I'd have already gone to take what was rightfully mine, and then I'd come back with an army, so I could watch the guards and merchants who pushed me around all my life bow and scrape before me. But that's not gonna happen. Want to hear the real story? The true story is boring. My family is human, both my father and my mother. They used to live in a village nearby. I forgot the name. When my ma had me, my old man got so mad he almost killed her. Pinned her to the wall and started asking questions, like why his son had horns and a tail. Well, my ma told him that her mother, my grandma, used to fool around with a demon. When he heard this, Daddy Dearest got drunk, trashed the house, and then took off. I don't remember any of this, of course. My grandma told me. I was about 3 years old when my mother brought me to Canabras and left me with my grandma. She said to her, "You and your demon have ruined my life. Now you handle him." Then she left. I haven't seen her or my dad since. She did leave a blanket though. That part was true, but my grandma burned it because it was infested with lice. It wasn't even good enough to use as a rag. You think after all that my grandmother saw the light, felt rightly ashamed and kissed my horns? I wish. Waldriff grins nastily, his yellow eyes flashing. People used to give her trouble for fooling around with the demon. She wasn't welcome anywhere, so she got angry. Normal kids get bedtime stories, see? But the only tales I got told were how my dad was worthless, my ma was a slut, and I was demon spawn that no one cared about. She only kept me so I could help around the house and steal things she needed. So that's the truth. Tell me the real story of your family. Yeah, I was gonna say it was an option that wasn't greyed out. How did you become a tiefling? Bolgiff grins happily. I already was a tiefling, and life made me a thief. I've been in this business since I was a kid. My grandma used to say, "If you don't work, you don't eat." She gave me as an apprentice to Igor, a tiefling neighbour of ours. He was a cunning old geezer. He knew how to take a purse off somebody's belt, how to cut open bags undetected, even do some magic. I used to climb through basement windows and open doors from the inside while I was still small enough. When I grew and stopped fitting through the windows, I decided I was done with my education. I repaid my grandma for everything she'd done for me, which was absolutely nothing. Why would I feed her if she wasn't bringing me any money? If you don't work, you don't eat. So I took off. I got bored of my teacher too, but when I as much as hinted at leaving, he said I owed him for my education. So I just nodded and then I joined the Owlbears, the gang that ran our district, and told them that Igor was working their territory. I don't know what happened to him, but I stayed with the Owlbears. Then their leader started giving me the cold shoulder. I did steal from him, but never that much. So I had to rat them out to the guards. Then I joined the Golden Hands. That was a good time, rich pickings. I would have stayed with the Golden Hands, but the Northmen promised me a bigger cut if I told them where the Golden Hands kept their loot. I'm no fool, of course, so I told them. After that, I only had one option: to join the Northmen. And then the family came. At first, no one took them seriously, calling them tieflings and all that, but I felt right away they had power behind them, and they had more money. I'm always on the winner's side, Chief. That's why I joined the tieflings, and right on time some thugs came from the capital and made the Northmen leave. The ones who survived are in the family now. Tell me about the tieflings. Alright, I won't tell you everything, mind, but I can tell you a little. The tieflings are Mendevian thieves. The gang was started in Mendiv's capital by someone or other, and soon after they spread all over Golarion. They're also called the family. You know why? Because as tieflings are easy to spot. Wherever we go, guards always hassle us, asking, "Are you lost or something on Hornhead?" Yes, I slept. Also, hi Zeriaf, I hope work went well for you. You need to sleep after only getting 3 hours. Anyway, we usually say we're visiting family, and if they say, "Oh yeah, who?" you give them the name of a local tiefling who confirms everything, even if he's never seen you before in his life. That's why we're all brothers and sisters. There are rules. Who does what, who gets what cut. I won't say it's a lot, but they make it worth your while. They'll even heal you if you take an arrow. But the biggest no-no is this: you don't steal from the family. If you don't contribute to the shared pot, you'll get the cold shoulder. You won't be treated like family no more. And then everyone will hear that you went to visit some relatives who have a farm someplace. My best guess, the farm is in some underground well beneath Canabras, where they breed grave worms. If Sister Kerisme, our boss, looked the other way more often, I'd really be able to spread my wings. I mean, both sound really, really good, Zeriaf. Stealing from someone you call sister, that's low. Nobody should live under the constant threat of punishment. You could kill Kerisme and take her place. Good. Birds fly low before a storm. I'm just surviving as best I can. Walgif fixes you a look. Imagine the situation, Chief. You're 7 years old, you come home, your own grandma, your family is lying there drunk. There's no food because she got wasted in the morning and didn't cook anything. And you know that she has a stash under the 3rd floorboard. You take this money so as you don't starve to death. And then when she wakes up, she beats you because you shouldn't have taken it. You should have stolen some food, you're a waste of space. That's something you can never understand, Chief. You only care about moral choices. You always know what's right and what's wrong. Brother, sister, grandma, mother, in real life, they're just words. What do you think of Canabras? It used to be such a hole. Then the Crusaders and refugees came here, and things started looking up. Although it depends who you ask, I suppose. Witches better steer clear of here, because Iomedes' followers are ferocious. Especially Hulrun Shapok, the local inquisitor. He's a tough old goat. I didn't see it myself, but a serving girl at the tavern told me that her second cousin's son from his 3rd wife is a paladin. And he said that Hulrun takes an unsheathed sword with him even to the privy. And when he sleeps, he puts it on the pillow next to him. And when he's in his cups, he strokes the blade and whispers sweetly to it. You are my one true friend. You are the only one I can rely on. Irabeth's given us a hard time too. You as much as look at some nice little bauble and before you can think of taking it, before your fingers even twitch, she's coming for you, with her nostrils flaring and her fangs glinting. Scary woman. She let you go. But even she's better than Sister Kerismere, our boss here in Canabras. By our, I mean the Thieflings' boss. If you get caught by Irabeth, it's all out in the open. You go to prison or you end up as worm food. But if you step on Kerismere's toes, poof, you're gone. Just like that. No one ever sees you again. All you'll hear is, he went to the family farm. Even though he's never had a family. Or a farm. You have demon blood in you. Do you feel drawn to the abyss? Walgif's tail whips back and forth nervously, raising clouds of dust. Why, are you an inquisitor or something? What's it to you? If I've wronged you somehow, just come out and say it. Don't ask me trick questions. I know how it happens. I used to know a fella. He was married to the sister of a guard. Some shady types got him drunk one night and started asking suspicious questions about the gods, about the queen. So he wakes up, hungover, with a headache, someone's mumbling something, it smells like smoke, and his feet are kinda hot. He looks down and there's a fire under him, and the prelate is reading out his sentence. Oh good God. Your shadow looks strange. What kind of magic is that? It does look awesome when he uses it. This. And everyone leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, roll up, no dark magic, no fraud, a trick without any deception. Walgif snaps his fingers and blue flames engulf him. The shadow that was previously lying calm at his feet grows, floating in the air behind him. It is the shadow of a huge horned winged demon with claws. Ta-da! It doesn't do anything, it just looks scary. I remember when I was little, an old beggar showed me and my friends how to make shadow puppets. You put your fingers together in front of a light and it makes the shadow of a deer or a dog or a dove on the wall. I tried so hard, I wanted to make the best shadow, and I did. It just happened. Walgif chuckles sadly. Funnily enough, that's the last time I had any real friends. They tried to stone me later, screaming at me, calling me a demon. A tiefling is always a demon to these wimps. Even the lowest ranking drunken gnome thinks he's better than me, just because he hasn't got horns or a tail. The poorest beggar in the filthiest gutter thinks he's better than me. Most people would never show their shadow again after that first time. But I don't care. If stones start flying again, I'll just run. I'm used to it by now. Looks formidable. I like it. Woljif chuckles, pleased. What about the blue fire? That's my favourite part, and it doesn't burn at all. If I had a coin for every time I've caught a beating for my little show, I'd already be proposing to Galfrey. But still, I don't want to give up something so beautiful. Tell me about your shadow again? Yeah. Okay, enough. I want to ask about something else. Leave. Whatever, you're free to do as you please. Okay. Now, the actual last person I wanted to talk to is... Gone? Oh no, there he is. I couldn't see him. I hope and hopefully there's a filth on the floor. Be a good lad and clean it up. Yes, sir, right away. I do feel sorry for him. The sight of that traitorous dog turns my stomach. Why did the Queen spare his life? She should have strung him up as a warning to all cultists. That she should have, sir. Hopefully this is voice acted, because he doesn't get a lot of lines. It's not voice acted. Dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel, one whose high crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty lightless windows make it clear that all inside is dead. Oh, it's you. Good work back there, in the Grey Garrison. Name's Staunton Vane. If you've heard rumours about me, his face, which looks like he's never known anything as carefree as a smile, grimaces. Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true. I need to talk to the elf who calls himself the Storyteller. Do you know where I can find him? The Storyteller, Staunton strokes his beard in thought. A strange old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours asking about all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort. He just listened. At first, I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible, but later I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he's alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble too, so if he's alone in the city, well, you probably know what that means. Blackwing Library. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Blackwing. It's a library here. I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use a library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there day and night. What do people say about you? They say I'm a traitor, as bad as a really Vorlesh, that I'm a disgrace even among the ranks of the condemned, that Queen Galfrey should never have spared me, that I belong on the gallows. Oh yeah, the witch. The condemned, basically the conscript criminals. So they're disposable. Why do they hate you so much? You really don't know? Staunton gives you a long, morose look, then sighs. I'm the reason why the Crusade forces are holed up in fortresses on the edge of the world wound, instead of bringing the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the wound, the mighty unassailable city of Dresden. We used to have it, until it fell, and all because of my stupidity. I gave the enemy our main citadel. I was tried, they wanted to execute me, and rightly so, but the Queen intervened. She said that I should live and fight in order to undo what I had done. So that's how I lived, decade after decade, fighting in the condemned. The dwarf shrugs. As you can see, I fixed nothing, and I have earned no one's forgiveness. Are you going to spit in my face too? It wouldn't surprise me. I don't want to do either of these two. Straight up spit in his face. Too good. I hope you earn forgiveness. Thank you. From the depths of my soul, I thank you, but I haven't had hope for a long, long time. A whole city fell because of you? How is that possible? What do you mean, how? The night glares at you from beneath his furrowed brows. If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask somebody else, like my little brother Joran. And if you still don't believe it, what's it to me? But if you're about to ask me to recount the story of my disgrace for the 1000th time, don't. You really don't have any friends? I couldn't have survived this long if I were completely alone. Joran, my little brother, he keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me like they might catch what I've got. Even fighters in the Condemned console themselves by thinking, I got stripped of my rank, but at least I'm not Staunton. Commander Tirabade seems to be the only person in the whole army who remembers that I'm a soldier and not a drudge. She has no qualms about taking me into battle. She's had some mud flung at her in the past, or so I hear. That's why she tries to keep an open mind about people. It's no surprise that she's the only one to hold onto her sense of reason in this farce. So many years in the Condemned, surely you've paid your penance by now. That's not up to me to decide. My life is in the Queen's hands. He falls silent for a moment, and then, in a trembling voice, he adds, The Condemned isn't the worst part. All these years I have prayed to Torag for forgiveness. Countless times I've gone to his priests. Countless times I've kneeled before his altar. If only the father of dwarven kind would answer my prayers just once, not to restore what I've lost, but just to tell me that I am still one of his children. But it seems he doesn't give a damn about me. What can I expect from mere mortals when my own god doesn't think I deserve redemption? I've seen how the other soldiers treat you. What about it? The dwarf's tone makes it clear that he has no interest in your answer. You don't deserve scorn, you deserve a noose. Guilty or not, they have no right to treat you that way. Or it's inhumane. It's inhumane. It's been my life for many decades. Staunton shrugs indifferently. I have to go. Go on then, maybe we'll see each other again. Okay. Hopefully that's most of the talking done. Quick save. Outside. Hello? Just had to load. I'm going to have a quick drink. So that's a lot of talking. Okay. Loot everything. Give me the loot, give me the loot, give me the loot. There's gotta be more loot. Hey, loot. Going to be running down there, so let's just check up here because there's a lot of stock or a lot of things that could potentially be loot. Oh, cutscene. Commander, look what we've got here. I don't remember this. Are you too mad? Whatever possessed you to steal the gem golem from the Tower of Estra? We didn't steal nothing, Commander. We saw some looters dragging it down the street and recaptured it. It's talking too quick. Joran, see to it. Can read it in the thing. Don't remember that at all. Options, game. Settings. Maybe it's in graphics. Font size. Maybe. Doubt it's in graphics. No. Guess I can't change the speed? Because that went quick. Okay. Anyway, I want loot. Oh, I can read it. Commander, look what we've got here. You too mad, whatever possessed you to steal the gem golem from the Tower of Estrog Museum? Explain yourselves. We didn't steal nothing, Commander. We saw some looters dragging it down the street and we captured it. Now this shiny fella is our trophy by rights. That shiny fella belongs to the treasury. The inlay alone is worth more than a castle. Oh, I really don't like the idea of leaving this thing unattended. Joran, see to it that no one lays so much as a finger on this golem or plucks out a single gem. And the same goes for you two. Your new mission is to guard this shiny fella, as you call it. I don't remember that. Maybe it's a DLC edition.
Careful now.
Joran Vane, there's Staunton's brother. There's loot, but there might be loot over here. Loot? Any loot? No loot. Disappointed. I always want to, like, quote Evil Hercules, disappointed! But Kevin Sorbo is a piece of crap. Prestidigipainter Golem. Okay. The magnificent and glittering golem encrusted with gems and covered in intricate flowery embossing triumphantly exclaims, "Happy to be of service. May Shellin brighten and vivify your day." What are you? I am the Prestidigipainter Golem. Many millennia ago I was built by Aslanti clerics of Shellin, the goddess of beauty, to make the world a better place. In my joyful service I have visited many lands, and for the past few centuries I have resided at the Temple of the Sunrise Chrysanthemums in Chancia. But then the good cleric saw fit to offer me as a gift to the Mendevian Crusaders so that you could share in the beauty that I can create. Can you do anything useful? My creators granted me the ability to place illusions on various items. I can change their colour and texture to make them more beautiful and appealing to the eye. Would you like me to cast an illusion over your armour to make it green? Green is a very pleasant colour and it would match your eyes. I wonder if I can just change how I look. That could be fun. How did you end up here? I was in the Tower of Estrog Museum, but then some not beautiful people came and started smashing everything. I asked them to show restraint, and that's when they decided to steal me. After all, I am beautiful and very valuable. They dragged me down the street, but I didn't want to go with them, so I kept stopping. The least beautiful of my kidnappers threw me over his shoulder and tried to run away with me. How big is he? But I am very heavy, so his back made a very not beautiful crunching sound. He started yelling, and then everyone else started yelling, and some of that yelling was directed at me, and then they started hitting me with their not beautiful weapons, and then some good crusaders drove them away and brought me here. And now I've been lumbered with you. Waste of good metal you are. And instead of working, I'm supposed to keep an eye on you, so no one is tempted by the walking treasure trove. What can you do to help the war effort? I was not designed for any type of combat, yet I can bring beauty and harmony to any type of combat. I want you to cast an illusion on my gear. Happy to be of service. So literally I could change it into that. Just the looks, I'm guessing. I wish it would do a preview. It's only a chain shirt. I'll actually do that. See what that does. I'm guessing there's no cost to it. Can I change this? I can change it into a light crossbow from a masterwork light crossbow. Okay. Races probably don't show up. Oh, they do. Braces. Pretty funny. Oh well. It's nice being able to transmog things. That's the word I was looking for. Okay. Jaw vein. A grizzled dwarf turns a blade in his calloused hands, carefully inspecting its edge. When he sees you approaching, he sets the blade aside and greets you with a nod. A new face in the city. You picked a good time to come to Canabras. As you can see, we're in sore need of warriors. Do you know everyone in Canabras by sight? Well, not everyone, but I make it my business to know the people who might need my services. A blacksmith's work isn't just the anvil, you know. Are you Staunton Vane's brother? Yep, where he goes, I go. That's how we've always done it, even before the world wound. I forge the armour, he goes into battle and breaks it. He brings it back to me, and I repair it and make it better than before. Everything's changed since then, of course, but that part has stayed the same. How was Staunton to blame for the fall of Dresden? I've told this story so many times already. Well, telling it one more time won't kill me, the blacksmith sighs. Dresden was built after the First Crusade, back when it seemed like victory was ours for the taking, and that the demon invasion would soon be at an end. The population of Old Sarkoris was thoroughly diminished, and many of them hoped to see their hard fighting repaid with a small plot of unclaimed land. Dresden was a fortress built on all our hopes, and on Mendev's ambitions, though you're not supposed to say that out loud. What a city it was. You can't even imagine. It was built by the finest engineers from the Five Kings Mountains. Queen Galfrey spared no expense. Dresden was meant to be the capital of the Crusade movement, a monument to its glory and a beacon of hope for all Galarian. Heroes were drawn there to seek fame and glory, and they came from all over: Taldor, Garand, Tiantia, Taldore? Wonder if that's where he got it from. I couldn't list them all. A relic known as the Sword of Valor was kept there, the banner that had been carried into battle by Iomade herself, back when she was still human. That banner protected the city and kept the demons from teleporting inside its walls. As long as the banner was in its place, Dresden was invincible, or so we thought. But then the world wound suddenly expanded. The demons launched a new onslaught and folks started saying it was time to declare the Second Crusade. Dresden was unassailable, until one young officer was tempted by a beautiful woman. She convinced him that the banner shouldn't be hanging in the city, that its rightful place was on the battlefield. She whispered honeyed words about glory and valour and convinced him that he could be a hero as great as Iomide herself. And the poor fool believed her. He rounded up some of his hot-headed friends and carried the banner outside the city gates on an unauthorised foray. The demons slaughtered them within seconds, but for some reason the courageous ringleader was spared. A whole army teleported into Dresden. It was a bloodbath. Joran solemnly shakes his head. As you can guess, that officer was called Storm in Vain. And the woman turned out to be a demon. Not just any demon, it was Minago, that foul wretch. She's given us a lot of grief here in Canabras too. Just don't ask me what I was doing while my brother was off having trysts with that beast, and why I didn't save him from his own stupidity. The blacksmith gestures as if to ward off the inevitable reprobation. Who could have guessed it would end like this? I failed my brother, that's the truth. I blame myself every day looking at his plight, so that's the story. Why do you have your forge here in the tavern yet? Because demons are attacking. I've got to ask it. Wherever I am, that's where my forge is. A true master of any craft will always find the tools they need. I miss my old forge, of course. It's now just a pile of charred stone and metal, but I've still got my hands, and that means I can work. Show radiance to Joran. Do you recognize this sword? Do I recognize it? Of course I do. I made this with my own hands. There's my brand, see? The dwarf carefully takes the sword in his hands, gazing at it like a doting father. Oh, Yaniel, things have been tough without you, but at least we've still got your sword. That's something. Joran returns the sword to you. In battle, ordinary swords get blunted. They break, but sometimes a weapon can preserve. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm no authority on these things, but something like an echo of the deeds done with that weapon. Or more like the reflection of the wielder's soul. I don't know. I will say one thing. Take care of that sword. Yaniel may no longer be with us, but the demons will still remember why they need to turn tail and run when they see radiance. Ugh, the scabbard's all worn. We can't be having a fine sword like this being carried around in this tatty thing. I'll make you a new one, if you like. If the city stands strong and we both survive, come see me again and I'll have it ready. No charge. Show me what you've got. Sort by price. Look at all these shiny weapons and armour. Living Ram could be pretty useful, but I don't really use the charge combat maneuver a lot because it lowers AC. +4 AC against sneak attacks, that's pretty good. Deceiving Facade. Whenever the wielder of this +1 buckler receives a critical hit, they are affected with the effect of a mirror image spell that produces 2 mirror images that last 2 rounds. Ooh. Good helmet. This helmet grants the wearer a DR3 melee, but the wearer suffers a 3 penalty to perception skill checks. Okay. Quiver of cold iron ammunition. 50 units of cold iron ammunition. I'll buy one of those. I have one with 20. Detainer. No, merry-go-round. Attrition dagger. Once a round, when this +1 dagger lands a hit on any enemy, it deals them 1 constitution ability damage. This power can't lower the target's constitution ability score below 5. Otherwise it would eventually kill them. But that's something I probably want to get Walgif. Devastating blow from above. Long spear. While mounted deals more damage. It's just weapons. Okay, there's nothing that I really want to buy yet, so I'll just buy this for Wendwag, who's actually got it equipped and using it. We've got to do something else. Show me your wares. Sell. Still want to keep the composite longbow. There we go. Don't think I found anyone with a bag of holding yet. And I think, because I've been going for 4 hours, my voice is still shot from yesterday. I think I'm going to save here before the ad plays and end stream. So thank you for being here. I really appreciate it, especially after yesterday as well. It's so nice seeing everyone around, even if they're lurking. I never have a problem with lurkers. So who am I going to raid real quick? I think I'm going to raid FG. She's playing Vampire Survivors now. She was playing something else earlier. Yeah, let's go and raid FG. It's always a fun time. So yeah, thank you all for being here. Hope to see you tomorrow for more Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, where hopefully there'll be a lot more combat. Today was a lot of talking. So yeah, gonna go before this ad plays. Bye!